The Senate will come to order. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado. Bettencourt. Birdwell. Blanco. Campbell. Cook. Creighton. Eckhart. Flores. Gutierrez. Hagenbu. Hall. Hancock. Hinojosa of Nueces. Hinojosa of Hidalgo. Huffman. Hughes. Johnson. King. Colcourse. Menendez. Middleton. Miles. Nichols. Parker. Paxton. Perry. Schwartner. Sparks. West. Zaffarini.
A quorum is present. Please rise for the invocation to be delivered by Pastor L.C. Cunningham, Jr. of Bethel Baptist Church in Bay City, Texas.
Let us pray. Loving and gracious God, you are indeed the giver of all gifts, and we thank you today for all of your blessings, for the successful outcomes of this great state in which we call home. Lord, please make clear your plans to our lawmakers and fill them with confidence in your power. Inspire them to use their talents as instruments of hope and kindness. Lord, keep them purposeful and expectant so they will experience daily a deeper relationship with you. We ask that you bless them abundantly as they conduct their daily business of this great state, and that they may continue to seek your wisdom, knowledge, guidance, and strength. Infuse in them the serenity to accept the things they cannot change, the courage to change the things they can, and the wisdom to know the difference. We ask this all in his holy name. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Cunningham. You may be seated in the gallery. The Dean of the Senate moves to excuse Senator Blanco on account of illness. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The motion is adopted. The Dean of the Senate moves to dispense with the reading of yesterday's journal. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Motion's adopted. Chair recognizes Senator Huffman to introduce the Doctor of the Day.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I'm honored to welcome our Doctor of the Day, Dr. Chelsea Mendonca, to the Senate chamber. Dr. Mendonca received her medical degree from the University of Texas Health Science Center at Houston and completed her residency at Baylor College of Medicine. She currently serves as an assistant professor at Baylor College of Medicine, where she is helping to educate the next generation of medical professionals. Members, please help me in welcoming Dr. Chelsea Mendonca to the Senate chamber this morning. Thank you.
the following message from the governor. The secretary will read the message.
To the Senate of the 89th Legislature regular session, I ask the advice, consent, and confirmation of the Senate with respect to the following appointments. To be members of the Texas State Board of Public Accountancy, Christopher G. Grant Coates, Fort Worth; Jill A. Hollop, Austin; Kenneth E. Omarigai, Bel Air; Jeanette Piero Smith, Mission; James M. Jim Trippon, Houston. Respectfully submitted, Greg Abbott, Governor of Texas, to nominations. To the Senate of the 89th Legislature regular session, on January 22, 2025, I submitted the name of Clark E. Smith for appointment to the Texas Lottery Commission for a term to expire February 1, 2029. Because he resigned, I hereby withdraw his nomination. And on January 22, 2025, I submitted the name of John Paul J.P. Stillman for appointment to the Texas Commission on Fire Protection for a term to expire February 1, 2029. Because he resigned, I hereby withdraw his nomination. Respectfully submitted, Greg Abbott, Governor of Texas, to nominations.
Chair lays out the following resolution. The secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 266 by Hancock et al. Whereas the Senate of the State of Texas is pleased to recognize the Texas Rangers for their extraordinary achievements resulting in a historic 2023 season and the team's first Major League Baseball title. And whereas after finishing a remarkable regular season in which the team achieved 90 wins and a wild card berth into the playoffs, the Rangers advanced through the American League Playoff Series without a loss, including victories over the Tampa Bay Rays and the Baltimore Orioles. And whereas the American League Championship Series against the defending World Series champions, the Houston Astros, resulted in a thrilling 7-game contest, and the Rangers secured their third World Series appearance with a final 11-4 victory in Houston. And whereas in the World Series, the Rangers demonstrated resilience playing against the Arizona Diamondbacks, they came back to win Game 1 with a walk-off home run in the 11th inning, followed by a loss at home and 3 consecutive wins in Arizona. The team secured the championship with a decisive 5-0 victory in Game 5 at the Diamondbacks' home stadium. And whereas the Texas Rangers earned their first championship 62 seasons after the team was founded and have demonstrated the power of perseverance, teamwork, and dedication to excellence, this historic victory will be cherished by their fans for generations to come, and it has been a source of immense pride to the Lone Star State. Now therefore be it resolved that the Senate of the State of Texas 89th Legislature hereby congratulate the Texas Rangers on winning the 2023 World Series and extend to the team's players, coaches, and staff sincere best wishes for continued success. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be prepared for the team as an expression of esteem by the Texas Senate.
Chair recognizes Senator Hancock to speak on the resolution.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Members, and today it is a great honor of mine to congratulate the Texas Rangers for their 2023 World Series championship. You know, winning that World Series championship was almost as difficult as organizing and getting this event here. They've been very flexible. We were trying last session and various things didn't work. And so I want to thank everybody that helped organize this and for y'all taking time. I know they have some big events this next weekend up in Arlington, but appreciate their flexibility and perseverance that clearly they learned in the 2023 season. Anyone that's been a part of North Texas understands what it's like to be a Texas Ranger fan. And anybody that's been from North Texas knows how good it feels to see the Texas Rangers go and defeat the Houston Astros to move on to the World Series. And there's no apologies to my Houston colleagues. It is our turn to brag a little bit in North Texas. And so it is a great perseverance, incredible record, and I can't imagine a more exciting and fun World Series where literally you're not supposed to win 11 games in a row on the road without a loss, which is pretty phenomenal. And so it is nice, especially at this time, to have a team, an owner, an entire management crew in North Texas that, as we mentioned in the resolution, is geared towards excellence and are committed to providing a World Champion Series again to North Texas. And so we want to thank those that are here. We do have with us on the floor the majority owner, Ray Davis, who is committed, and people around North Texas know your commitment to the Rangers and to success and to excellence. And so, Ray, we appreciate all you've done to encourage those of us in North Texas, and especially the Arlington area. That's a phenomenal place to visit, and just more and more coming to the city of Arlington. We have Neil Liebman. We want to thank you very much for your leadership in the organization as well. And then, of course, Elvis Andrews and Ian Kinsler here with us. You know, heroes to North Texans that love and watch baseball, and part of the organization as well. And so we want to thank y'all for just bringing excitement to North Texas. Thank you for persevering through that championship, but also persevering to be here today so we can acknowledge you and the success and the encouragement that you provide. You know, those of us that have families and work, you know, there's nothing more exciting than actually going to a baseball game, rooting for a hometown team, and you've allowed us to do that, and then to see the victory that we had in 2023. I'm glad we finally got to get you here to thank you as North Texans for bringing that to Texas, specifically to North Texas, and the championship that you brought and the success that you continue to bring to the Arlington, Texas area. So thank you all very much.
Chair recognizes Senator Birdwell to speak on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hancock, for bringing this resolution. Thank you to the Rangers. A lot of great family memories when the Rangers became, well, when the Senators became the Rangers in '73, and Toby Harrah and Fergie Jenkins and Frank Howard and all those folks, Billy Martin's temper tantrums on occasion. A lot of great memories, particularly sitting out in general admission and just cooking on those the seats out in the old ballpark, the old Arlington Stadium. My son proposed to my daughter-in-law at home plate at the old stadium before you moved into your new one. So there's a lot of great memories. And I think the most exciting part of the World Series win was the bench-clearing brawl with the Astros, I think. Senator Alvarado's not here, but that was pretty exhilarating to listen to on the radio. But congratulations to y'all. It took 50 years. We hope that it won't take as long for the next championship. God bless you for what you guys did. Thank you, and for giving us the opportunity to honor you today. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hancock.
Chair recognizes Senator Kolkhorst to speak on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, being a little bit south, Senator Hancock, more in the Houston Astros territory, I want to welcome our esteemed guests to the Senate floor today and to really celebrate this championship from 2023. Arguably, the best road team, certainly in playoff history ever. That series was incredible. The Lone Star Series, I don't know about y'all, but whether you're a Houston Astros fan or a Texas Ranger fan, and if you ask me, I'll say yes. That's just my answer. I'm both their fans. How prideful can we be in Texas when that was happening? So someone had to win, someone had to lose, and y'all made us proud in going all the way to bring home that beautiful trophy right there. And so thank you. Welcome to the Texas Senate. Thank you for the incredible, and I told the players, former players this, so many people look up to you, and what your ambassadorship and your stewardship of saying this is how you can be great at your sport, great at your craft, and live a good life. Thank you so much. God bless you. God bless the Texas Rangers, and let's go win some more.
Chair recognizes Senator Bettencourt to speak on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I accept Senator Hancock's challenge to say something positive about the Astros. Guys, when Josh Smith hit that home run in that last game, our hopes were crushed. But you guys bailed out Texas by winning the whole thing, by going and taking the World Series, and that's what counts. So, and on behalf of the vanquished, team in the American League Championship playoffs, I salute the winning team of the World Series. So, congratulations, gentlemen. It was a hard-fought victory against the Astros, but more importantly, you won it all where it counted, and the state of Texas loves you guys because of it.
Chair recognizes Senator West to speak on the resolution.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and members. Senator Hancock, thank you very much for bringing this resolution. During the last redistricting, I got a small portion of Arlington, okay? But my heart's always been in Arlington, having graduated from UT Arlington, been president of the student body, played at the old field when we used to play football out there. And to the Davis family, not only have you been instrumental in bringing Major League Baseball, where we celebrated with some 600,000 people as a part of that parade. That was great. I mean, people from all over North Texas, all over Texas participated in that parade. So I want to thank you and your family for being the stalwarts and having that stick-to-itness to make certain we have a first-class Major League Baseball program in North Central Texas. I think about Mayor Vandegrift when he initially brought the team to the city and what you've done since that time and your management team. So I want to thank you on behalf of everyone in North Central Texas.
Chair recognizes Senator Menendez to speak on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we have two of the phenomenal players that make up that team here with us today, Mr. Kinsler. And a little bit of research that I did, everyone knows him as Elvis Andrus, but his full name is Elvis Augusto Andrus Torres, born in Venezuela. And I le quiero dar la bienvenida because on behalf of so many Latinos across the state of Texas, whether, in many of our Latino American, Hispanoamericano países, el béisbol y el boxeo, el fútbol, son los deportes más fuertes, más grandes. Así que muchas gracias por todo lo que hace y por el entretenimiento y su dedicación al deporte y felicidades. So congratulations on behalf and thank you for what you do for so many. And as I mentioned, in a lot of our Latin American countries, baseball, boxing, and football, it's all that's at. And when I say football, I don't mean the oval ball, I mean the round one. Thank you, Mr. President, members.
Chair recognizes Senator Parker to speak on the resolution.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank Chairman Hancock for bringing the resolution. What an honor to have you all here on the floor of the Texas Senate. As a kid that grew up in Arlington, spent his life there, was in the original ballpark baking every summer, and all those great memories of birthday parties and hanging with my buddies and just watching the time go by, so to speak, was such a special, special time. And now after 50 years to get a championship, we've all been pulling for you, rooting for you. It was just spectacular. And so you provide such great family, wholesome entertainment, something that every Texan can be so proud of. And we just couldn't be more delighted and honored to have you here on the floor of the Senate and continue to wish you all the very best and many future championships to come. God bless you guys. Thanks for being here today.
Chair recognizes Senator Gutierrez to speak on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Gentlemen, I want to thank you for being here. You've probably heard from most of us already. I grew up playing baseball since I was 6 years old. My immigrant father was inspired by Roberto Clemente. And for all the little boys and even girls that are out there playing softball and fast pitch, you are their heroes. I grew up a Pirates fan, believe it or not, in the 70s. But you are their heroes. And so I want to thank you for continuing to do that for what is truly what I think is America's sport. And el deporte de Latinoamérica for certain as well. And so thank you. And I mean that with a heartfelt thank you as a little boy that played from he was 6 years old till he was 17 years old playing this amazing game. Thank you so much.
Chair recognizes Senator Alvarado to speak on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President, and Senator Hancock. Thank you for for bringing your team here. Certainly, you know, we've been here before. My Astros have been here not once, but twice. I just had to throw that out there. You know, it's all about Texas too. When our Astros didn't make it, and you guys played so well and gave us a good run, I'm sure most of us Texans were cheering for you, and you did us proud. And we look forward to another upcoming season. It's underway, and you know, I will just say that, you know, we've got 5 pennants and 2 rings. So, game on.
Chair recognizes Senator Hancock to close on the resolution.
Yeah, Mr. Davis, Mr. Liebman, Mr. Andrews, Mr. Kinsler, y'all have heard what we have to put up with here. So we're counting on you. You have a beautiful stadium now where you can like sit on the third baseline in the heat of summer without frying. But we need to balance this because there are too many of my colleagues from Houston that carry on as Senator Alvarado does. So we look forward to the future so we can balance that and we can let the folks from Houston understand that Texas is really behind the Texas Rangers. And with that, I move adoption.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Ready? Yeah. Senator Johnson is recognized for a motion to suspend Senate Rule 8.02 to consider SR 268 immediately.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend Constitutional Rule 8.02 to take up and consider Senate Resolution 268. The reason for the motion is that there is a paragraph in the resolution that makes a recommendation. It is not controversial or substantive, but procedurally it's proper to move to suspend the rules.
Is there objection? Hearing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out the following resolution. The Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 268 by Johnson et al., recognizing March 18, 2025 as COFA Day at the state capitol.
Chair recognizes Senator Johnson on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, joining us in the gallery today are almost 500 members of the Compact of Free Association Islands. What is the Compact of Free Association Islands? Members, back in World War II or post-World War II, the United Nations established a trust territory for various countries of the Pacific Islands, including the Marshall Islands, Micronesia, Palau, and the Northern Mariana Islands. In 1985, there was a compact to create a free association, and in subsequent years, the Republic of Palau was included. Members, these are actually Texas residents who have served in the United States military. Some 94,000 legal permanent residents from these islands are residents of the United States. Approximately 5,000 of them live here and contribute here in Texas, in our military, in our businesses. They are an important relationship to the United States, both as representatives of their nations here, as residents here in the state of Texas. And the relationship between the United States and these islands is critical to our national security. We extend benefits through Veterans Administrations and other federal programs, just as we do to our citizens that serve the United States military. Our federal government has recognized the importance of this by extending the benefits. It is a vital cultural part of the Texas cultural fabric to have these wonderful people here. They've got a performance coming up. I hope we can see some of it. But I want to welcome to the floor, in particular, the Vice President of the Federated States of Micronesia, Arin Palik, the Second Lady of the Federated States of Micronesia, Mrs. Adelita Palik, Senator David Anitok, Ambassador and Dean of the Diplomatic Corps, Hersey Kiota from the Republic of Palau, and Mr. Francis Teriag Sakate, the co-founder and president of the COFA Alliance National Network of Texas. Folks, we are proud to have you here in Texas. Members, please help me welcome these fine residents of the Compact of Federated States of Micronesia to their Texas Senate. A few of them here. Option.
Senator Johnson moves adoption of the resolution. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the resolution is adopted. Chair lays out the following resolution. The secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 270 by West, recognizing March 18, 2025 as Omega Psi Phi Day at the state capitol.
Chair recognizes Senator West on the resolution.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and members. I proudly rise to recognize the esteemed members of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, of which I am a proud member almost 54 years ago when I crossed those burning sands in June of 1971 on the campus at UT Arlington. The name of our line at that time was the Invincible Caravan. Omega Psi Phi Fraternity is an international fraternity with over 750 undergraduate and graduate chapters. The fraternity was founded on November the 17th, 1911 by three Howard University juniors, Edgar Amos Love, Oscar James Cooper, and Frank Coleman, and their faculty advisor, Dr. Ernest Everett Just. Omega Psi Phi Fraternity is the first predominantly African-American fraternity to be founded at the historically black university. Since its founding in 1911, Omega Psi Phi's stated purpose has been to attract and build a strong and effective force of men dedicated to its cardinal principles of manhood, scholarship, perseverance, and uplift. Throughout the world, many notable members are recognized as leaders in the arts, academics, athletics, entertainment, business, civil rights, education, government, and science fields. A few notable members include Benjamin Mays, Langston Hughes, Count Basie, Roy Wilkins, Benjamin Hooks, Vernon Jordan, the Reverend Jesse Jackson, Tom Joyner, NASA astronaut Ron McNair, Michael Jordan, Shaquille O'Neal, Steve Harvey, and many, many other individuals from different colleges, presidents throughout this country. Since 1945, the fraternity has undertaken a national social action program to meet the needs of African Americans in the areas of health, housing, civil rights, education. I can assure you that in your districts, there are many Omega men that you should consult with as it relates to different issues that you are facing here in the legislature to get their perspective into your decision-making process. Since 1955, Omega Psi Phi has contributed over $350,000 to programs that benefit young people going to colleges and university. And so members, I would ask you to join with me in recognizing these men who have come down today to be a part of the advocacy on different issues that we face here in the legislature, and ask that they stand and be recognized.
Chair recognizes Senator Miles to speak on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, want to recognize the men of Omega Psi Phi. You know, at the Greek alphabet, it starts with Alpha, Phi Alpha, and it ends with Omega, Omega Psi Phi. But they are my brothers. They are my brothers in Greekdom. They are part of the Divine Nine family that we all are part of. So I, too, would like to welcome, but Royce, I don't see any of them. Oh, there's one back there? Okay. Okay. You knew when the Alphas were in here because we covered the whole building. But I do see one of them over there.
They're out.
So,
Mr.
Mr. President, I just want to welcome the members of Omega Psi Phi to the Capitol, that one brother. Welcome, brother.
Chair recognizes Senator West to close on the resolution.
Mr. President, my esteemed colleague Boris Miles, Alpha Phi Alpha, has rightfully said that Alpha was the first and Omega is the last. But as I have to remind him all the times, he will ultimately be in the Omega chapter when he goes to the great beyond, okay? And so with that, I know that we had a lot of members from Omega Psi Phi here earlier. I know that they're out being advocates for their positions. So I'd move adoption of SR 270.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Chair lays out the following resolution. The secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 238 by Huffman, recognizing March 18, 2025 as Matagorda County Day at the state capitol.
Chair recognizes Senator Huffman on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'm excited today to welcome everyone for Matagorda County Day. I want to recognize some of the local officials that we have up in the gallery. We have Bobby Sieferman, the Matagorda County Judge. And members, pay attention. Everybody remember Rick DeLeon? Our own Rick DeLeon is now the Matagorda County Sheriff. Wave to us, Rick. It's great to have you here. We have Betty McCrowan, President of Wharton County Junior College, Dr. Jared Duncombe, Superintendent of Palacios Independent School District, Mayor Robert Nelson, Mayor Pro Tem Becky Sitz, and City Council members Brad Westmoreland, Jim Folsey, Blaine Finley, and Ben Flores, all from Bay City. Members, Matagorda County is a truly special, it's a beautiful place. In fact, it's widely known as the best bird watching in the world. People actually come from all over the world. This session I will have a concurrent resolution that will declare Matagorda County as the birding capital of Texas. So we're excited about that. Members, I want to remind you that Matagorda County took a direct hit from Hurricane Beryl. It was truly devastating, and many of the city officials who are here today and the county officials were the people who took control of that issue, worked with the state, but mainly took care of themselves and really put that county back on its feet again. So very thrilled to have you all here today. Thank you for joining us and enjoying your state capitol. It's our honor to have you here today. Thank you. I move adoption.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
I rise on the resolution, and I'm sorry for hitting my light late, Mr. President. I just wanted to recognize Matagorda Bay, Matagorda County, and also to give a shout out on a dearly departed friend to Matagorda County. Victor Emanuel, probably one of the most recognized ornithologists in the world, spent a lot of time in Matagorda County and helped make it the bird watching capital. And I miss him. And I know Matagorda County misses him, and I'm so happy that you all are here today.
Senator Huffman, you're recognized.
I move adoption of the resolution.
Resolution's been adopted. Chair lays out the following resolution. The secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 278 by Hagenbu, recognizing March 18, 2025 as Grayson County Day at the state capitol.
Chair recognizes Senator Hagenbu on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'm happy to say today that it's Grayson County Day. We have with us here Sandy Paykoff, the president of the chairman. They're up here over here. And then I think 36 members of leadership Sherman. Would you all stand up, please? Welcome to your capital. It's great to have you. Thanks for making the trip and all the effort you put in. They studied for 9 months in their leadership program. I started spending time in Grayson County over 20 years ago when my daughter went to Austin College, and we fell in love with the college. It's a fantastic school in the area, and I'm just amazed to see how far it's come over those years. Grayson County is one of the largest, fastest growing counties in the state, and there's more going on there than I could tell you. A lot of development. I'll just mention 2 of the cities. Denison's transformed its historic downtown to a really vibrant destination. It's a beautiful downtown. You should see it sometime. And there's a number of developments going on with a major one to note is the $6 billion Preston Harbor project going on in Lake Texoma. It's a huge project, features a $100 million Margaritaville resort. It's going to bring a lot of jobs, and boost the economy and tourism. And then Sherman. Sherman's a booming tech and manufacturing powerhouse. Texas Instruments' $30 billion semiconductor plant, the largest industrial deal in Texas history, will create 3,000 jobs. Most of those the high-paying jobs, many over $100,000. And then Global Wafer, and I visited these plants, they've only built a quarter of it, and it's huge. And then next door, the property next door, Global Wafer is building a $5 billion wafer plant. It's the most advanced wafer plant in the world when it gets finished. It'll be the only 300 millimeter wafer plant in the United States, which is very important. That's the wafers that they make the most sophisticated chips on. And then Coherent, which is an advanced chip manufacturing company. They're the company that developed the face recognition software that's in your iPhone. They are investing another $100 million to expand their plant. These projects strengthen the national security and secure the United States remains a leader in semi-manufacturing production. Beyond semiconductors, Sherman growth includes a number of other manufacturing companies, including Easy Foods, Sunny Delight, and Tyson. Grayson County also has a proud tradition of agriculture and energy and remains committed to education. In addition to Austin College, Grayson College is making a tremendous impact on workforce development. With business-friendly climate, major investments, and strong community values, Grayson County represents the best of Texas. I'm honored to serve this remarkable county. Members, please join me in welcoming the guests from Grayson County with a well-deserved round of applause.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The resolution is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Chair lays out the following resolution. The secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 267 by Eckhart et al., extending best wishes to all those participating in the festivities of Holi.
Chair recognizes Senator Eckhart on the resolution.
Mr. President, I proudly rise to recognize my Hindu constituents, some of whom are here in the gallery. Where are we? There we are. Hey, y'all. I want to recognize them for Holi, the festival of colors, which celebrates the arrival of spring and the renewal that the season brings to our world, community, and hearts. This celebration goes back thousands of years, lasting for a night and a day that begins on the last full moon of the Hindu lunar year. This year, Holi was celebrated on Friday, March 14th. Holi is one of the holidays on which many Hindus wear white, symbolizing purity of thought and transparency in action, to then have bright-colored powder joyfully thrown on each other, representing the embrace of spring's renewal. Each color has a special meaning. Red for power and good fortune, saffron among the most sacred of colors for spiritual energy, burning away negative energy and our human passions, yellow for growth and happiness, green for responsibility and commitment, and blue for the compassion we owe one another. Though there are different versions of how Holi came to be, it is a celebration which reminds us that nothing can be won by force, that we should strive for sincerity in our relationships and use what power we have responsibly. Moreover, Holi is a day of righteous love, radical namaste, acknowledging differences, diffusing disagreements, and coming to common understandings that allow us to resolve our problems without resorting to harm against one another. Truly, truly compassionate. The beauty of Holi is not dissimilar to the beauty of our democracy, that we are granted to the privilege through elections to represent our communities, working together for the betterment of people today and generations to come, not just for our party, but for all Texans and all Americans. On this Holi, I urge us all to recommit ourselves to the work of strengthening our connections across the diverse communities who make up the red, white, and blue fabric of our great state. And join me in recognizing our wonderful Hindu friends in the gallery. Thank you so much.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes Senator Alvarado for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. President. We celebrate Maternal Mental Health Day, and we are joined today, and I want to recognize the Rupani Foundation for Maternal Mental Health Day at the Capitol. In the gallery, we have Chairman Rupani, we have the CEO Beige, Dr. Schnee, Dr. Almeida, and other leaders from the Rupani Foundation and experts in maternal mental health field. Approximately 1 in 5 women experience mental health conditions like depression, anxiety, and postpartum disorders during pregnancy or within the first year after childbirth. In 2019, mental health conditions were the leading cause of pregnancy-related deaths in our state, accounting for 25% of such fatalities. Since 2017, the Rupani Foundation has served over 7,480 parents and their children in the Houston area, offering home-based early childhood development programs that focus on early learning, brain development, positive parenting, mental health, hygiene, and nutrition. Thank you all for being here today. Members, please help me welcome these fine individuals that are doing such great work in maternal mental health. Thank you.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? Chair recognizes Senator Hinojosa of Hidalgo for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. And today I have a special recognition as we are joined by firefighters from across the state who are here representing the Texas State Association of Firefighters. This organization was founded in 1938, is the only organization that represents professional firefighters in Texas. Firefighters are remarkable individuals. They bravely enter burning buildings and homes, risking their own lives to save others and protect property. We are grateful for the service and the sacrifices they make to keep our families and communities safe. Just this past weekend, from March 14th to the 16th, we had 49 wildfires that required state response. These wildfires engaged more than 600 firefighters across the state. Our local firefighters handle many other fires on their own. These dedicated professionals undergo extensive training, which helps them develop the courage and sound judgment needed to handle the challenges and responsibilities of their job. It's a great honor to welcome our firefighters, our heroes, to the state capitol here today. And I have several fire departments from my Senate District 20 up on the northeast gallery from the great city of Mission, McAllen, and Corpus Christi. Could you all please stand? Members, please join me in welcoming to the state capitol our courageous firefighters. Welcome. Thank you, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes Senator Miles for a recognition.
President, members, today we are joined by the Texas Impact Group, which is made up additional with Friendship West, a church that Pastor Freddie Haynes out of Dallas pastors, and Wheeler Avenue Baptist Church, which is pastored by my pastor, Frederick Cosby. These organizations are visiting the Capitol today for Family Matters, Faith Day at the Capitol, to visit legislators to discuss their legislative priorities, environmental justice, voting rights, maternal and children health care, public education, and more. Joined by us in the gallery, and would you please stand, is Dr. Reverend Danielle Ayers with Friendship West Baptist Church. Wave your hand, Danielle. Wave your hand. And Reverend, my very own Reverend Dr. Angela Raven Anderson with Wheeler Avenue Baptist Church. Wave your hand. Members, please help me to welcome the Impact Group, Friendship West, and Wheeler Avenue Baptist Church to the Capitol. They're doing God's work here at the Capitol. Thank you.
Chair lays out the following resolution. The secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 264 by Zaffarini. Whereas March 18, 2025 marks the 62nd anniversary of the landmark Supreme Court ruling in Gideon v. Wainwright, which found that under the United States Constitution, state courts must provide attorneys to indigent defendants in all felony cases. And whereas in Gideon v. Wainwright, the United States Supreme Court unanimously reaffirmed the right of defendants to a fair trial and recognized that our adversarial system of criminal justice depends upon a fair contest between the prosecution and the defense. And this contest is an effective means of arriving at just results only when both the prosecution and the defense are adequately prepared and equipped to present their case effectively under the law. And whereas, because the assistance of counsel is essential to effectuate a meaningful defense when faced with prosecution by the state, the 77th Legislature passed the Fair Defense Act of 2001 to better ensure that the constitutional rights of all Texans would be more reliably safeguarded. And whereas that act established the Task Force on Indigent Defense, which was elevated to permanent agency status as the Texas Indigent Defense Commission. Now therefore be it resolved that the Senate of the State of Texas, 89th Legislature, hereby commemorate the 62nd anniversary of Gideon v. Wainwright and commend the Texas Indigent Defense Commission on its work to improve the administration of justice in this state.
Chair recognizes Dean Zaffarini on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, it is my pleasure to author Senate Resolution 264, celebrating the 62nd anniversary of the ruling in Gideon versus Wainwright. It affirmed that the 6th and 14th Amendment guarantee a right of legal counsel to anyone accused of a crime. By ensuring no one faces prosecution without legal representation, Gideon versus Wainwright set the stage for critical reforms in indigent defense. That ultimately led to the passage of Senate Bill 7, the Fair Defense Act of 2001. I was proud to co-author this critical legislation by Senator Rodney Ellis, which was sponsored in the House by then Representative Chuy Hinojosa. The Fair Defense Act established statewide standards for indigent defense, ensuring those who cannot afford legal representation receive competent and effective counsel. It also paved the way for the creation of the Texas Indigent Defense Commission, which continues to improve public defense in our state's judicial system. Because of Gideon versus Wainwright, our state has made significant strides in protecting the right to counsel, but our work is not finished. Safeguarding access to quality legal defense requires continued commitment to upholding that right every day. Let today serve as a reminder of our state's responsibility to deliver justice, fairness, and the principles enshrined in that historic ruling. In honor of today's resolution, we are joined by members of TDIC, the Texas Indigent Defense Commission, who are in the North Gallery, and I'll ask them to rise. Well, they're already up. So if I call your name, please wave so we'll know who you are. Scott Ehlers, Executive Director, Edwin Koufax, Director of Grant Funding, and attorneys who serve as policy analysts, Cody Huffman and Kristen Meeks, along with the entire delegation. Thank you for your leadership, thank you for your hard work, and welcome to the Texas Senate. Members, please join me in thanking these attorneys for their good work.
Chair recognizes Senator Hinojosa of Hidalgo.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Zaffarini, for bringing this resolution. This landmark decision was so important that we passed legislation here in the Texas legislature to implement and make that the law, the Supreme Court of the law of indigent defense. I don't think people realize how it is when a person is accused of a crime that that person didn't commit. A person is innocent until proven guilty. But we all know, those of us who've been involved in our court system, that in the criminal justice system, we have convicted people who are innocent, and we find them innocent years later. So it's very important for us that we provide an attorney to any defendant, to any person being accused of a felony crime. When you have the power of the state, the resources of the state trying to put you in jail for something you didn't commit. The only way you can be proven innocent is by having an attorney represent you in court, and this landmark recognition, Gaydon versus Wainwright, established that right. And thank you for the work you all do. I worked for legal aid for many years, and I've done quite a bit of work in criminal defense work, so I know how important it is, such a basic right, to provide an indigent with legal representation in court. But thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes Dean Zaffarini to close on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move adoption.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The resolution is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Chair lays out the following resolution. The secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 272 by Perry, honoring the Boys and Girls Clubs of the Concho Valley on its 60th anniversary.
Chair recognizes Senator Perry on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Today we recognize the 60th anniversary of Boys and Girls Club of Concho Valley. For 6 decades, the Boys and Girls Clubs of Concho Valley have been a vital resource for the youth of San Angelo and surrounding areas. This organization has provided a safe, supportive space for children and teens to learn and grow and succeed. Thousands of young people have been benefited from the educational programs, mentorship, leadership training, and character building initiatives. The club fosters academic achievement, good citizenship, healthy lifestyles, and especially for the youth in need. The club's success is made possible by dedicated staff, volunteers, and local partners who share a commitment to empowering the next generation. The Boys and Girls Club of Concho Valley has shaped countless lives, creating future leaders and strengthening the families. As we celebrate this 60th anniversary, we recognize the organization's contributions to the community. The Texas Senate is proud to honor this outstanding organization here to the next 60 years to make a difference. Additionally, I believe the Big Country Abilene Boys and Clubs are also sitting in the gallery. If you're with the Abilene or the Concho Valley Gallery for the Boys and Girls Club, sit up and take a wave. Thank you for what you do. Members, we all have Boys and Girls Clubs in our communities. We can never underestimate the value of those that receive those benefits, that if not for that, they would not have any place to be after school. I was fortunate to meet a little young lady named Mia from the San Angelo Concho Valley Boys and Girls Club. She is currently at a dinner as we speak, hopefully making the statewide individual of the state. She's in the top 6, but high energy, same old type story, tough background growing up. If not for the Boys and Girls Club, she would not be at this level today that she is. So they do a valuable resource. Members, welcome the Boys Club and Girls Club in general, but Concho Valley and Abilene Boys and Girls Club. Thank you guys for being here.
Chair recognizes Senator West on the resolution.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Senator Perry, thank you very much for bringing this resolution. I had a similar one for the Boys and Girls Club. And I'll ask, are there any other members from the Boys and Girls Club that are here? And if so, would you please stand? And I think that Senator Perry has done a great job in terms of expressing exactly what the Boys and Girls Club mean to each and every one of us. Because I'm pretty certain that most of us have such an organization within our districts. And so I just wanted to make certain I stood with you. Instead of presenting my resolution, I want to join you in your resolution in saluting all of the members of the Boys and Girls Club and basically say thank you for what you do.
Chair recognizes Senator Sparks on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too want to honor the folks for Boys and Girls Club. We had some come by our office earlier today from Amarillo. They're the Maverick Boys and Girls Club, and I want to give you a quick indication of how critical these services are to our state. So Tyson employs more than 4,000 people up in the Amarillo area. They have a large B shift, which doesn't finish until 1 o'clock in the morning. This club has made arrangements to care for those children until the ending of that shift. which is a great example of communities coming together and working with industry to make it work for all of our kids. So thank you guys for what you do. Thank you to the, happy to honor the Boys and Girls Clubs all across Texas. Thank you.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? Chair recognizes Senator Perry to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just say, fortunately for the kids that are in these situations that need these facilities and activities and things, your story is not anecdotal. It's what these clubs do for the community. So thank you for that. I move adoption of SR 272.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Chair lays out the following resolution. The Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 271 by Parker et al., recognizing March 17, 2025 as Profound Autism Awareness Day at the state capitol.
Chair recognizes Senator Parker on the resolution.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Members, I rise today to present a resolution recognizing yesterday, March 17th, 2025, as Profound Autism Awareness Day in Texas. Profound autism is a severe form of autism spectrum disorder, characterized by significant intellectual disabilities and communications challenges. Individuals with this condition require lifelong intensive support, often relying on caregivers for around-the-clock supervision and assistance. Sadly, these individuals are often excluded from essential services, leaving their families and caregivers to shoulder an overwhelming burden. Caregivers make incredible sacrifices, physically, emotionally, and financially, to provide the necessary care, often in isolation and without sufficient support. The statistics are clear. 1 in 4 children with autism is affected by profound autism. These children are more likely to face additional health challenges, yet they are underrepresented in research and clinical studies. SR 271 highlights the need for greater awareness and more resources to address their unique needs. By recognizing March 17th as Profound Autism Awareness Day in Texas, we are sending a message that we see these individuals and their families, and we are committed to increasing support and access to services. Let us honor the sacrifices of caregivers and the beautiful lives that are impacted by profound autism as we work toward a more supportive future for all Texans.
Chair recognizes Senator Paxton on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Parker, for bringing forth this resolution. As a teacher, I worked with students and families with autism, experiencing up close and personal the challenges that come with that. And these are impressive, devoted families, some of the best people among us. And we just affirm here today with this resolution how valuable these members of our society are and our commitment to giving families, children, adults the support that they need and continuing to look for solutions for this condition. Thank you, Senator Parker, for bringing forth the resolution.
Well, thank you, Senator Paxton. And like you, I'm touched by family members and friends that are autistic. And you understand how special they are and what a wonderful blessing from the Lord God Almighty that they are differently abled and amongst us. And so it's upon us to support them and help them any way that we possibly can. Thank you very much.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Chair lays out the following resolutions. The Secretary will read the resolutions.
SR 246 by Hall, SR 260 by West, SR 262 by Zaffarini, SR 273 by Perry, SR 274 by Kolkhorst, SR 282 by Hughes, SR 283 by Hughes et al., SR 285 by Hancock, SR 287 by Miles, SR 288 by Miles, SR 289 by Hughes, SR 290 by West.
This is a voice vote. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The resolutions are adopted. Members, if there is no objection, I'd like to postpone the reading and referral of bills and resolutions until the end of today's calendar. Hearing no objections, it's so ordered. Members, that concludes the morning call. Senator Hinojosa of Hidalgo, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 441.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Senate Bill 441 is relating to civil liability for the production, solicitation, disclosure, or promotion of artificial intimate visual material. The misuse of artificial intelligence to create non-consensual intimate visual materials, often called deepfakes, has grown. Reports indicate that 96% of deepfake videos online are pornographic, targeting mostly women. In 2023, researchers found a 900% increase in searches for deepfake pornography over the last 2 years. Victims face severe emotional and reputational harm, compounded by the lack of clear legal remedies. A notification application worsens the issue by digitally undressing photos without consent. This is really a big issue, big problem for many innocent victims who take an innocent picture at high school or at any public event, and they find themselves in the deepfake media without clothes. Senate Bill 441 expands civil liability laws to combat AI-generated, non-consensual, artificial intimate visual materials. This bill expands the scope of the Civil Practices and Remedy Code to include definitions for artificial intimate visual material for notification applications and social media platforms. It holds individuals or entities liable for damages if they produce, solicit, disclose, or promote non-consensual artificial intimate visual material with intent to harm. Holds websites and payment processors liable if they enable the production or disclosure of such material, or they fail to remove the material within 72 hours of a removal request. Allows claimants to use pseudonyms and maintain confidentiality throughout the civil lawsuit process. It sets a 10-year statute of limitations for filing lawsuits starting from when the victim discovers the material or turns 18. With that, Mr. President, I'll be willing to answer any questions.
Is there objection to the motion to suspend? Hearing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading of Senate Bill 441. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 441 relating to civil liability for the production, solicitation, disclosure, or promotion of artificial intimate visual material.
We have an amendment The Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment Number 1 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo.
Chair recognizes Senator Hinojosa of Hidalgo on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. During the Criminal Justice Committee hearing, we discussed the need for a more formal process that victims can use when making reports and requesting the removal of this offensive visual material. This amendment is very, very simple, very straightforward. It requires internet websites, including social media platforms, provide an easily accessible system for a victim to submit a request for removal of the explicit material. And that's pretty much what it does. If there are no questions, Mr. President, I will move adoption.
Senator Bettencourt, for what purpose?
Question the author of the amendment.
Senator Hinojosa, do you yield?
I yield.
Thank you, Senator Hinojosa. I see that you've added a section, a person who owns an internet website, including a social media platform, which I assume the platforms were with us intended, shall make available an internet website. An easily accessible system allows a person to submit a request. There's a whole bunch of people that own internet websites, okay? Are we talking about individual www company websites?
Whoever owns the website that produces the visual offensive sexual material has to have at least a way for a person who is depicted in that website can ask for the removal of that depiction.
No, right. What I'm trying to make sure is that we're not dragging everyone that has an internet website into this act. Okay.
No, we're not.
Okay.
That's not the intent.
Because there's also a possibility of these sites being hacked and having this stuff put up on these sites as well. Okay.
And that's not the intent, Senator
Okay.
Bettencourt. And the reality is that in terms of hacking.
No, I know. I just wanted to make sure, because it's a floor amendment, I just wanted to make sure that wasn't the intent. Okay, because I understand the need for the bill. I just want to make sure we weren't that we weren't bringing in just private websites en masse into the bill. Okay, thank you, Senator Hinojosa.
Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? No objection. Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Senator Hinojosa is recognized for a motion.
I move passage for engrossment, Mr. President.
Senator Hinojosa moves passage to engrossment. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Hinojosa is recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
I so move.
Senator Hinojosa moves suspension of the 3-day rule. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez.
There being 30 ayes, 0 nays, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of Senate Bill 441. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 441 relating to civil liability for the production, solicitation, disclosure, or promotion of artificial intimate visual material.
Senator Hinojosa is recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, members, I move final passage of Senate Bill 441 as amended.
Senator Hinojosa moves final passage of Senate Bill 441. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez.
There being 30 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Sparks, you recognize for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 495.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I move at this time to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider Senate Bill 495. Chairman King passed Senate Bill 833 last session, which prohibited insurance companies from considering ESG criteria when setting rates for a policyholder. This bill looks to build off of that legislation by prohibiting the insurance commissioner from adopting certain rules relating to environmental, social, and governance assessments. And we also have an amendment.
Senator Sparks. Chair recognizes Senator West. For what purpose?
Question of the author.
Senator Sparks, do you yield?
Certainly.
All right, what problem
Senator
are we
West, you
trying?
recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. What problem are we trying to solve with this bill? What problem are we trying to solve with this bill?
What we're trying to do is make sure that the national insurance does not invoke their ideology here in Texas against our corporations.
I didn't understand. Would you say that? Would you say that again?
Well, yeah, I know it's a little challenging. What we're trying to do is make sure that the national insurance industry does not push ideology on the Texas Department of Insurance.
Give me an example of the ideology that you are afraid of.
Well, that would be mandating that a particular company had to have a certain makeup of their board of directors.
Is this about DEI?
I'm sorry?
Is this about DEI?
It is actually about environmental, social, and governance.
Okay.
And that would fall into the governance stage.
Say that last part again.
That your question would fall into the governance stage. So basically mandating or taking into account for a particular corporation that they had to, their board makeup had to have, a certain look or bias to them.
A so-called certain bias to it?
Yes. So mandating what those board members should be composed, making up that board.
And so this deals with environmental related bias?
Yes.
Social bias, any other type of bias? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So is that happening across the country?
I'm sorry, is it happening across the country?
Right.
It has happened across the country.
Can you give me an idea of where it's happening?
I can't give you an incident off the top of my head. Like I said, this is building off of legislation that we passed last session.
What did we pass last session?
Last session, we actually passed Senate Bill 833, which prohibited insurance companies from considering ESG in their criteria for setting rates for policyholders.
And so this builds upon what they cannot consider. Last session was ESG.
Yes.
And this bill does what? You can't consider what now?
Basically what this bill does, it's a preemptive bill saying that should the National Department of Insurance mandate ESG, that we will not recognize that in the state of Texas.
Okay, so it's just limited to ESG, and that's it?
That's correct.
Okay, so I can take your word. I can take your word on that. It only limits ESG, and that's it.
ESG, yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Gutierrez, for what purpose?
Just a few questions for the author.
Senator Sparks, do you yield?
Certainly.
Senator Sparks
yields. Senator Gutierrez, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Sparks, would you agree with me that auto liability insurance has gone up 60% in the last 5 years?
I don't know that data specifically, but I'll take your word for it. I know it has increased significantly.
You think that maybe we in this body can start doing things to address those things that are affecting our constituents?
Potentially.
Do you think, would you agree with me that these insurance companies, their CEOs, are, for instance, State Farm CEO is making $24 million a year. Do you agree with me that's a tremendous amount of money?
I would agree that's a tremendous amount of money.
And we would also agree with me that we spend a tremendous amount of money, these insurance companies do, on advertising their products.
They do.
All right. And you'd further agree with me that the commissions that they spend to their insurance agents and everybody involved in this midstream is a tremendous amount that is affecting Texas constituents, correct?
I don't know about everybody in that phase, but there's certainly a lot of money being made.
All I know is that 5 years ago, my insurance policy was $120 a month, and now it's about $200 per car. That's a substantial increase.
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you would agree with me that these issues are certainly incredibly important, and we should focus on them.
I would be happy to work with your office if you have some ideas on how we could address these things that you brought up.
Well, we have a tremendous bill where the state of Texas can become its own carrier. We should probably talk about that. Thank you.
I would love to have a conversation. Thank you.
Senator Miles, for what purpose?
Questions to the author, Mr. President.
Senator Sparks, do you yield?
I yield.
Senator Miles, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Sparks. Senator Sparks, you and I had extensive conversation just a little while ago about this bill, correct?
We did, yes. I appreciated that.
And I appreciate the conversation we had on it. And like you told Senator West, you also told me this is not a DEI bill for insurance.
That is correct. It's not a DEI bill.
And that was one of my questions to you as well. So if it's not a DEI bill, I'm concerned that it may be a redlining bill because it has the word social in it throughout the bill. And socially, you know, when you start having insurance and regulate social, that tends to lead into redlining. Is this a redlining bill, sir?
I don't believe this is a redline bill, no.
You don't believe? You wrote the bill, right?
I'm sorry?
You wrote the bill, or was it given to you by someone else?
Yes, we wrote the bill.
It wasn't given to you by any outside organization or anything of that nature?
No, my staff actually helped write this bill.
So can you affirmatively say that this is not a redlining bill?
I'm fairly confident this is not a redline bill.
Because you use the word social throughout the bill, and it just gives me concern.
Yeah, it's social as part of the environmental, social, and governance, yes.
Environmental, social. Well, after the word environment, it has social meaning a separate issue, is the way I read it.
Yes.
So you got environment, and then you've got social. It doesn't say environmental social.
Correct.
Because there's a comma after the environment.
There is comma, yes.
So it's two different things, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so explain to me the social aspect of that bill.
So the social aspect would make sure that the National Department of Insurance doesn't mandate here in Texas that one of the qualifications or one of the things that would be looked at when a company is looking to write a policy has to do with a particular corporation's work or how they establish within their corporation, say maybe even how they treat employees.
That would be a social?
Yes.
So it has nothing to do with outside of the company's social. It's social within the company.
It's social within those organizations, yes. That they would not be discriminated against based off of that.
So then it would be a DEI bill?
No. I don't believe it is.
Okay. So last but not least, it's not a DEI bill, in your opinion?
It's not a DEI bill. Yes, DEI bill.
And
it is not. It is
not a redlining bill.
I do not believe it's a red line bill.
Thank you for your time, Senator Sparks.
Thank you.
Motion is on suspension of the regular order of business. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagenbu, Hall, Hancock.
22 ayes and 8 nays. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 495. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 495, relating the authority of the Texas Department of Insurance to adopt rules that implement or are based on certain environmental, social, and governance models, ratings, or standards.
The following amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor Amendment Number 1 by Sparks.
You're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment removes the accounting methodology standard from the definition of governance assessments. I'd like to thank Senator Johnson and the TDI for their help on this amendment. There was some questions coming out of the committee whether or not there might be a little ambiguity along with the accounting side. And so we were agreeable to taking that particular part out of the bill.
Members, any questions on the amendment? Any objection? Hearing none. The amendment is adopted. You recognize passage to engrossment.
Mr. President, I move adoption. Oh, Mr. President, I move passage to engrossment.
Yes, sir. Secretary will. Sorry, Senator Johnson, for what purpose?
Statement on the bill. This is final passage, right?
You're recognized. Usually we would do that on third reading, but you can do it now if you wish. Third reading will be tomorrow.
I'll hold till tomorrow.
Okay. Whatever you prefer. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell.
22 ayes, 8 nays. The amendment passes. The bill passes to engrossment. Sorry. And we'll hold there.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, sir. Senator Middleton, you're recognized to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 412.
Thank you, Mr. President. So move. This is Senate Bill 412, and what this bill does is it protects children from being sexualized and from obscene materials. And we really always have to ask these two questions. Number one, is there ever a reason to give a child pornography? I think we all know what the answer to that is. And number two, is there ever a reason to have a child sexually perform for an adult? And I think we all know what the right answer to that is. Never. Never. There is a rightful and increasing concern by parents that has encouraged all of us to take action to close huge loopholes that could allow harmful sexual material and sexual performance of a child. Senate Bill 412 clarifies that the only exceptions to our penal code for harmful material and sexual performance of a child are for judicial or law enforcement officers who are protected from prosecution in the performance of their official duties. The affirmative defenses to the crime of sale, distribution, or display of harmful material to minors and sexual performance of a child is overly broad and not sufficient to ensure the protection of our children against growing harm, especially online, imposed through the display of obscene content and sexual performance. When we're legislating, we must always err on the side of protecting our innocent children and never err on the side of predators. A child's innocence should never be taken from them under a guise of educational, scientific, psychiatric, psychological, governmental, or legislative reasons. I'm a dad to 4 little ones and a 3-year-old little girl, and I would do anything to protect them and to protect my daughter as well, as I know we all would, our own children. I know Senator Kolkhorst talks a lot about that on this floor and in her committee. That is one of our most sacred duties as legislators, is protecting our innocent children from harm. Child pornography, harmful sexual material, sexual performance of a child Those are sick and egregious crimes, and the loopholes now are so big that you can drive a truck through them. And what this bill does is it closes those loopholes and creates a clear and very narrow definition of the affirmative defenses to prosecution for our law enforcement officers and judiciary to be able to do their job. And that is why law enforcement supports this bill. Senate Bill 412 ensures our children are protected from sexualization and harmful materials, and abusers are prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. And with that, I yield for questions and move passage to engrossment.
To suspend the regular order of business, but we'll get to engrossment. Senator Gutierrez, what purpose?
Will the senator yield for a few questions?
You yield.
I do.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, so just kind of get some sense of what your bill does here. If a librarian hands out one of these books at the public library or at a bookstore, then the affirmative defense for educational purposes is stricken in your bill. Is that correct?
Yes, but you still have to meet the elements of the penal code, and those are the material taken as a whole. So taken as a whole is patently offensive, is pornographic or inappropriate, appeals to the pure interests of a child, and number 3 is utterly without redeeming social value. So all of those things have to occur.
So you would agree with me that this doesn't mean, because we have some districts in Texas that have banned books, some school districts, correct?
Some have removed inappropriate books, and Senator Paxton has a great bill on that, Senate Bill 13, thank you. Last session we passed HB 900 on this floor, and what that does is that creates a process to remove these obscene books out of libraries where we are not exposing our children to this obscene and inappropriate content.
What about commercial bookstores?
This applies throughout the penal code, so it's not just our schools, it's all over. This is all over. This is the penal code. This is the penal code.
The public library.
Well, so if you're going to expose a child to pornographic material, if you, as an adult, are leading and causing sexual performance of a child, you're going to be guilty, found guilty. If you're doing all these things you're telling me.
So, but your bill goes on to the penal code section of defining harmful material. And rather than making you sit here and define it for us, I'll just read out and you can acknowledge if these things are correct. Harmful material means material whose dominant theme taken as a whole, correct? Section A appeals to the prurient interest of a minor in sex, nudity, or excretion. B is patently offensive to prevailing standards in the adult community as a whole with respect to what is suitable for minors, correct? And is utterly without redeeming social value for minors, correct?
Right.
That's the law.
That's
right?
the elements of the crime, yes.
Right. And what your bill does specifically, it eliminates the affirmative defense that would be used by school teachers or librarians or the guy at the bookstore or the gal at the public library. They will no longer have that affirmative defense under your bill, correct?
You only have judicial and law enforcement reasons.
All right.
There's no reason to expose a child to pornography. There's no reason to do that.
I'm going to give you an example. This book right here, it's called The Perks of Being a Wallflower. I bought it this morning at the bookstore. If my 16-year-old daughter would have bought it after September 1st of this year, should this bill become law, then that person would be committing a crime, if this indeed was a banned book. This is a story about a child's sexual assault victim who overcomes severe mental illness to find friends at a high school. It has been banned at some schools. Is this harmful material?
That's up for law enforcement. But look, when we're looking at legislation like Senate Bill 13, and there's any question, if something has already been deemed offensive under the legislation that we passed in this chamber that everybody's having to abide by, and then they still show it to a child when they know this, it has been deemed offensive, then yeah, absolutely, this triggers penal code. It does.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. Hold on. Did you just say in the very beginning it's up to law enforcement?
The penal code is, of course, enforced.
I see. So we're going to have law enforcement read a bunch of books and tell us which is which.
So law enforcement works with probable cause, as you know, so they have to have probable cause, Senator Gutierrez.
Are we going to...
Which is why law enforcement supports this bill, by the way.
Are we going to tell cops to go start reading books, in particular, The Perks of a Wallflower, and they can decide, they can be the harmful material police, if you will?
No.
No?
No.
Well, then how do we determine what's a crime in this statute?
As with any other crime, Senator Gutierrez.
Have you read this book?
I have not.
Do you know if it's harmful material or it isn't?
You would have to look at the dominant theme taken as a whole.
If I told you
patently
that,
offensive.
If I changed if I created a hypothetical and told you that the main character was gay, would that change your opinion?
It depends on the context.
This is a book I picked up this morning called The Kite Runner. It follows Amir. He's a privileged boy in 1970s Afghanistan. On his loyal friends, written by Khalid Hosseini. His loyal friend is a Hazara servant. After betraying Hassan during a traumatic event, Amir carries guilt into adulthood. Years later, amid all the turmoil in Afghanistan, Amir returns to rescue Hassan's orphan son, seeking redemption. We kind of heard that story before in the Bible. Similar stories, right? The novel explores themes of friendship, betrayal, guilt, and the search for forgiveness. Is that harmful material, Senator?
Again, that's up to law enforcement to determine if all the elements are met and there's probable cause.
So it uses some curse words. It references child abuse. Does that change your opinion?
It could be. I have not reviewed it.
You're saying that it is up to police to determine, to sit here and read books and determine if they are indeed of a harmful material, right? What is it? What does the law state? A harmful material.
No,
they get to decide.
No, it's probable cause. That's not how the penal code works.
Well, sure it does. I mean, at some point, the penal code says if there's probable cause to determine that someone committed the crime of X, Y, and Z. In this case, let's see. The crime of, I suppose, providing this kind of material to someone. And so simply handing a book to someone at the bookstore, well, that's not probable cause, is it?
If you knew it was harmful, so there's two elements here, that you knew it was harmful and obscene, and that you knew the child was under 18.
I see. So what if I didn't know that I was harmful or obscene? In other words, I'm just the bookstore clerk selling books, and I'm getting paid $8 an hour, and I haven't read the damn books. I just have a job. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say damn. I apologize.
You have to meet that knowledge requirement under 43.24. On 43.25, it's a harsher standard because that is sexual performance of a child, like causing a child to participate in bestiality, in sadomasochism, and sharing that. Is that okay? Is that ever okay?
Well, I don't know. I haven't read the book yet. I guess I need to call the cops and have them read the book.
That's in the penal code now. I'm talking about 43.25.
Roll of Thunder, Hear My Cry. It's by Mildred Taylor, a young black girl and her family. The Logans are on one of these few black families to own their own land. It symbolizes pride and independence throughout the story. Casey witnesses racism, injustice, and violence in her segregated community. Is this harmful material? This book has been banned in some school districts. It's on one of your lists.
It depends if it meets the elements of 43.24, Senator.
Okay, so we're talking about two different things. In other words, when you ban books in a community, that doesn't mean necessarily that they're harmful material.
It doesn't always mean when a book is taken out of a public school library, a city library, a county library, they may not be triggering 43.24 obscene harmful material. certainly not sexual performance of a child all of the time. There could be other reasons why those books are removed. However, if they have been deemed obscene, already, to me that proves a pretty good case. If someone knows that that book is obscene and chooses to show it to someone that they know is under 18. So that, yes, that would trigger 43.24.
So if the book in County XYZ, I don't want to put this on any of our counties, or in school district, wherever, says this is a banned book, then that means it's obscene?
Not necessarily.
I got you.
But it would be a start for probable cause if they said it already is obscene through the process that we have determined in this legislature for that.
Well, I'll tell you that this book, like I said earlier, mentions racism, injustice, and violence. Now, you wouldn't ban Huckleberry Finn, would you? Would that be a harmful material?
No, because the dominant theme, taken as a whole, is certainly not that.
All right, we'll talk about that in a minute. Oryx and Crake is a dystopian novel set in the future where genetic engineering and corporate greed have run rampant. We're almost there. The story follows Snowman, seemingly the last human survivor after a man-made plague wipes out most of humanity. Is this harmful material?
I don't know the contents of that book. There are a lot of books on your desk.
If I told you that there was a graphic scene that had sex in it, would that change your opinion?
So if the dominant theme, taken as a whole, appeals to the purient interests of a child, so is pornographic, sexualized, is patently offensive to the norms of society prevailing at the time and our standards now, and is without any redeeming social value. That's a pretty tough test to meet, Senator.
Would you ban, many members on this floor have read Beloved by Toni Morrison, I bet. Would you ban Beloved?
I'm not familiar with the book, Senator.
All right. This is a book called The Bluest Eye. And it tells the story of Piccola Breedlove, and she's a young African-American girl growing up in 1940s Ohio. Piccola struggles with intense feelings of self-loathing and internalized racism, believing if she had blue eyes, she would be loved and accepted in society that prizes whiteness. This is truly a beautiful story, yet it has also been banned in certain districts. Is this harmful material?
That is up for our law enforcement officials to determine.
Senator Gutierrez?
Yes, sir.
You have all the time, of course, you want to take on the floor, but if you go by book by book by book by book that he has not read and ask him his opinion, that is not the best use of time on the floor.
That's fair. Thank you, Mr. President. We're just about done here in a second. Would you ban Crime and Punishment?
Again, it depends on the context as a whole and the dominant theme.
Right.
This is one that should be, though, right here. If you'd like to read this, I have a
You ban Lolita?
Let's talk about it.
Would you ban Lolita?
I don't recall reading that book, and I'm not in law enforcement.
You never read Lolita by Vladimir Nabokov? Okay. Well, Senator, I think that part of the problem here is that you talk about probable cause as part and parcel of how you arrest somebody, and I'll submit to you that that is correct. You need to have probable cause. But part of the problem with not just your amendment to this law, but the law itself, is that it creates content police. And then we're left with police officers trying to decipher what is the content of these types of books. And so for that reason, I'll be voting no, but I know that we'll also have another bill that's similar on this where we'll talk more on these issues. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Johnson, what purpose?
Questions of the author?
Do you yield?
I do yield. Thank you.
You're recognized.
President.
Thank you. Just a couple questions. I notice on the analysis here that in fiscal 2024, there were 300 arrests, 52 referrals, 15 placements into community supervision, 31 entry. So basically, we've been busting people who've been committing crimes that are created under this statute, right?
Right. There are already arrests under the way it is now. Today.
And that's a great thing. Did any of them use the affirmative defense that you've stricken in this bill?
We did not break that down, no.
Okay, so as far as you know, no one has ever used this affirmative defense, correct?
Well, let me say it this way. You think it's okay,
I
and there
actually
are
just wanted an answer to my question.
The right number of times that a child should be shown pornography is 0, okay?
Agreed.
0.
Agreed. Now, but you do have an exception here for law enforcement, right?
There is an exception for law enforcement and our judicial system as well in the performance of their official duties only.
And you would trust a court to ascertain whether or not law enforcement is justifiably invoking this affirmative defense, because that's how our system of justice works, right?
As the evidence is, of course, entered into the court record.
Right. Law enforcement might have been breaking the law, or they might have been acting in the capacity of their official duties, right?
And of course, that's up to our judicial system where
exactly
beyond a reasonable doubt, right? Beyond a reasonable doubt.
Thank you. Why wouldn't you trust the judicial system to administer the affirmative defense in all these other cases, just in case there is an instance, whereas with law enforcement, the activity, the action of the accused in the eyes of the court and the jury is legitimate? I don't know what it would be. I'm as offended as you are at the behavior that's prescribed by the statute, but I think that in the interests of limited government and respect for separation of powers, the authority to make this determination belongs with the judicial system, not the legislative branch. Do you disagree?
Well, it's already with the judicial system because that's where these charges are tried. You know, when people are charged with this under 43.24 and 25.
But you agree that you have eliminated the judicial system's ability to ascertain whether or not there's a valid affirmative defense for anyone other than law enforcement, even though there's apparently no threat that this affirmative defense has been abused, because so far as we know, it's never even been used.
We are setting a strong public policy today, and you may obviously disagree with the merits of this, but that there's never a time where it's okay to show these obscene pornographic materials to children, and it's never okay for adult to induce a child in sexual performance of a child, maybe even share that in a video. That's never
apparently
it's
except
never
for
okay.
I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to cut you off. Apparently, except for the exceptions that you've permitted to stay in the statute, right?
Correct, and that was an ask from law enforcement where they run stings, for example, and as we know and as we've seen here in Travis County, like in the 2020 riots right on South Congress, officers were prosecuted and rioters were not. So 20 years ago, maybe that wouldn't have had to be in there. But you know what? I think it has to be here today because of rogue prosecutors and DAs.
And I agree with you, to have law enforcement as an affirmative defense, absolutely. And I don't think I'm quite certain that no one in this chamber disagrees with the premise of the law as it stands. But I think we do have great concern about kind of expanding the role of the legislature into the realm of the courts to prejudge situations that we don't know anything about. And so, thank you for entertaining my questions. I don't think I'll change your mind. Otherwise, I'd offer an amendment to restore the statute to what it was.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Senator Menendez, what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. Questions of the author?
Do you yield?
I do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Milton, not to belabor the point, I've heard your bill layout, and obviously I don't think you'll find anybody on this floor that agrees or believes that it's ever okay to expose any child to obscene materials or pornography or anything to that extent. The concern that I think I've been hearing, and I wonder if you don't share, is that what about the possibility if there is a class, and we've already passed things where parents must sign consent for students to be taught age-appropriate materials about their health or their bodies and stuff. What if there's a class? Does this bill not then take away the affirmative defense from that teacher at that point? Because, I mean, that's the concern that a lot of us have, that you're going to have a chilling effect on librarians and teachers who may just be carrying out their duties. So what is your question?
So no, it would not. I think you're kind of referring to anatomy and things such as that in our public schools, and those are part of our TEKS right now. So our State Board of Education has adopted those. Clearly those are with redeeming social value, because obviously that last element is utterly without redeeming social value, and clearly our elected State Board of Education has this curriculum, and instructional materials on things like anatomy. So clearly that the dominant theme taken as a whole would certainly not trigger this.
So you're telling me that the judge of what has redeeming social value will be the State Board of Education?
No, I'm just saying that would not trigger this bill. That would not trigger the penal code.
In your response, I think you said that the State Board of Education has already mentioned or allowed what's in the TEKS. And so I guess the question is, one of the concerns that I have is that whether it's law enforcement, State Board of Education, there's going to be some sort of some subjective third party that gets to determine what has social redeeming value. And I'm with you 100%. When you mentioned your children, we've raised 3 children. Now we're on our 4-year-old granddaughter, and so I would do whatever it takes to protect her. And so I'm with you on the intent of the legislation. I'm just concerned that maybe we may be stepping too far. So, but thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you, Senator Menendez.
The motion is on suspending the regular order of business. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Campbell, Cook.
21 ayes, 9 nays, rule suspended. Chair lays out on second reading. Committee substitute for 412. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 412 relating to defenses to prosecution for certain offenses involving material or conduct that is obscene or otherwise harmful to children.
You recognize passage to engrossment.
So moved, Mr. President.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
21 ayes and 9 nays. The bill passed to engrossment. Will hold there. Members, for anyone who wishes, I have a book here that's been in my office for several years. It was the novel of the year for 12-year-olds. And my estimation is, for all the no voters, if you read this, you may switch your vote. Even if you didn't, I don't think you'd ever share it with anyone. If I were to hand this was in a library, school library, in a public library. If I were to hand this out in the gallery right now, they would all want to throw all of us out for office for allowing this. So anyone who has, I've never passed it out to anyone because it's so offensive, I would not want to give it to any woman or man on the floor. But anyone who wants to see what's really going on before you cast your final vote, you can get one in my office. And I don't think you'll show it at the town hall meeting. Senator Perry, you're recognized as SJR 18. Suspend the regular order of business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, move to suspend the regular order of business, take up SJR 18. Currently, 9 states, including Texas, do not have a state income tax. 8 of those 9 states do not have a capital gains tax. SJR 18 would exempt capital gains tax from taxation in Texas going forward. With that, move to suspend the regular order of business.
When ready, the Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
25 ayes and 5 nays. The rule suspended. Chair lays out on the second reading. SJR 18. Secretary, read the caption.
SJR 18, proposing a constitutional amendment prohibiting the imposition of a tax on the realized or unrealized capital gains of an individual, family, estate, or trust.
There is an amendment, the following amendment. The Secretary will read the caption.
Floor Amendment number 1 by Perry.
You recognize on your amendment?
Members, this amendment removes the fiscal note that was associated to the business conversation that interacts with franchise tax returns that come through. So it just takes those out of the exemption for businesses and leaves it to the individuals not being taxed.
Any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. You're now recognized for passage to engrossment.
Move passage to engrossment.
Secretary will call the roll. I'm sorry, Senator Johnson, your light's on. Did you want to speak?
Questions for the author.
Okay, I'm sorry. We'll hold the vote. Do you yield?
Yes, I do.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Senator Perry. You're an accountant, right?
Yep.
Capital gains income considered income under the federal tax code?
Yes, it is.
Did this legislature not constitutionally ban an income tax a session or 2 ago?
I think capital gains tax for federal income tax is a different category of tax. And specific to that, we have income tax, we have corporate tax, we have individual tax, we have capital gains tax, we have alt-min tax, so different classes of taxes. So income tax federally is a pretty broad umbrella with different sections in it.
Sure, and there's dividend income that we recognize, right?
There's portfolio income that would be correct.
There's
investment income.
Ordinary dividends. There's short-term capital gains, long-term capital gains.
That's
They're all
correct.
income, right?
Right.
And so are you familiar with the law that this state passed pursuant to constitutional resolution a session or two ago banning a tax on income? If so, isn't capital gains tax already banned?
Technically speaking, you're correct, but I don't want to leave it up to the interpretation for future legislation. And technically, it's a return on investment and not earned, which is typically associated with income. So the difference is if I'm a W-2, that is earned income, as opposed to I put my money in a CD, that's investment income. And capital gains is a reflection of you've had some asset, it has appreciated, you sold for it. Didn't require my labor, so it is technically a different tax at its source than income earned, which is income tax.
So you think it might be income, but it might not be, and you're trying to make it crystal clear.
I'm making it crystal clear that it will not be taxed going forward as a capital gains.
You know we have a sales tax system that has like 4,000 loopholes, right?
About 100 probably.
Maybe 100.
Yes. Yeah.
We have only one industry that has a severance tax, but the severance of other minerals is not taxed, right?
Correct.
We have a franchise tax that became a margins tax, which we're constantly adjusting.
Correct.
We have very high property taxes that we're constantly trying to bring down.
Right.
And here we are binding, or this bill purports to bind the hands of some other generation that may, for its own purposes, in its own wisdom, in its own financial circumstances, look at our tax code, our margins tax, our franchise tax, our severance taxes, our sales taxes, our fees and our fines, and decide based on something they see that we don't, that a capital gains tax is what they want to do. And so far as I know, no one in this building is proposing a capital gains tax, least of all me. But don't you think we're being a little bit, well, I don't want to say we're being arrogant, but we're certainly arrogating the rights of a future generation by telling them what they can do in economic circumstances that we cannot foresee?
We do that all the time, but from just a philosophical standpoint, being in this building 15 years, what I have learned is typically we have enough money. Now the consternation becomes what you use that money for. So where I'm going with that is at some point we have to limit the ability for government to have more money, because when we get more money, we typically, sometimes we do the right thing by it and make sure we have infrastructure in the ground, make sure schools are funded, make sure that we have water sources, make sure we do the big things. So when you just add more money to the equation, to be perfectly honest, it allows for what I would call fun things, but not necessary things. So I don't have a consternation with limiting the amount of money that the taxpayer is going to pay to the state, federal or local. It forces better governments when you don't have the ability to generate. And then just flip side of that is that capital gains is one of the most regressive taxes when it comes to transfer of wealth. Because what I get there is I paid it when I earned it. I bought the investment from taxed earnings. I get to then pay tax on it while I'm earning money on it if it's a CD. And then when I do capital gains, I actually appreciated something in value. The government gets to take it, and I'll give you a good example, through the estate system. So I'm just telling you, we're just probably philosophically going to disagree, but I promise you in the days ahead, when our budgets are leaner and tighter, we will make better priorities than having another go-to tax to bring more revenue. And I'll just point to the fact that 1,600 people a day are choosing to move to Texas. And if you do the study on from where they're coming and why they're coming here, it's because we don't tax them at every corner individually. And we have a fair regulatory system for the business environment that's predictable, consistent, and continuity. So we can argue that we're limiting government in the future, and I hear this, I just heard it in here, limited government. So one way you limit government is not giving them more access to cash to do things that are arguably good things, but not necessary things. So I'm okay with squeezing the levers down to fund the basic fundamentals.
You recall Bob Bullock's move a long time ago to limit the imposition of an income tax to only the circumstance where it would buy down property taxes and take care of public school funding?
You weren't here when Bob Bullock was in this
But that's
building.
just
Neither
asking
was
if
I.
you remember.
If you tell me you were, you have aged well, my son.
I was not here. But it was a recognition that some future generation, it's sort of employing the respectful notion towards the future that I'm advocating and the limitations on government that you're advocating, saying we're not trying to make government bigger, we're not trying to spend more. We are trying to make sure that our taxes are low, but if some future generation wants to change out the mechanism, there will be a legislature 20 years from now, 30 years from now, that is just as capable as we are of representing the people and making decisions about what is proper and what is not. And we're taking that power away here today, aren't we?
Well, we're not. And the reason I suggest that is there's really only way to tax people. It's typically by earned, you're working and you're paying tax on the earnings, or you invest and you pay on the investment earnings, and you have capital gains. Now, what I will tell you that is not clear going forward is this economy, this diverse and digital-based economy, and the opportunities that it will present in the future are untold today. I don't know. There may be a way to tax somebody differently in the future. And then they will have a different conversation about taxing it. But today, I know what my taxing ability is. Again, I'll go back to some of the pressures that we're going to feel in this session and going forward in sections to come is we have recognized that the cost of basic infrastructure has surpassed local jurisdictions to pay for it. We're recognizing as a state that the cost of a road when we put in the 10-year plan 10 years ago is significantly different. So just the cost of basic infrastructure is going to make us more efficient. And that's going to crowd out some of the things that arguably aren't required to be a good governance system. So having the ability to raise taxes on something we currently don't tax removes that inefficiency that's inherent with just the pressures of budget. So
it's a very hopeful view of the future, Senator Perry. I hope you're right if this bill happens to pass. Let me ask this other question. If some future generation, 20 years from now, 30 years from now, thought it was a wise thing to tax capital gains because they reasoned that maybe it's not a regressive tax, it's a progressive tax because only wealthy people have appreciable capital gains to be taxed. We're not in a merits of the capital gains tax debate because no one here is proposing it. But if they figured that out, what would it take to get that done?
Constitutional amendment.
Two-thirds of the legislature would have to tell the people, hey, we think we should have a tax on capital gains.
And
right?
let me clarify for sure, for certainty, it is not just a wealthy person's tax.
Is it more a wealthy person's tax?
Small business owners, companies that have invested in infrastructure, large capital investments that have depreciated that. And they get a fortunate buyer coming in. And the buyer says, I'll pay you X. And of that X, they recover ordinary income on that, but everything above the original cost of that capital infrastructure is now capital. It's a difference of about, depending on what your rates are, 20 to 38%. So it's not a rich person tax. On the contrary, having seen my client base, one of my companies that was a small business that came into existence just paid, well, a lot of money, but a significant piece of that gain was capital. And they started out with a mom and pop welding supply company. And now they've sold it 30, 40 years under the third generation, second generation coming up. But of that taxable gain of that sale, about 20 million of it was taxed at capital gains. So it is not a rich person's tax.
20 million?
20 million was a capital gain on that.
Ooh. I'd feel rich if I had 20 million.
Well, let's declare what that took. It took 40 years of risk at the bank, over 50 employees, with 50 trucks, driving the road. So, and it started from a guy that put 50 grand into it.
Listen, I'm not arguing for a capital gains tax.
It's not rich. It's not rich. It's the American dream. But to be able to say we're not going to tax that 20 million in the state, if we as a state determine, man, we got all these cool things we need to do, let's go get money out of the taxpayers' pockets. I have no problem living it. I have no conscience at all about what if it requires it in the future. So be it. If they've got the political will of the 2/3 of the elected body that says this is time to do it, and that's why the bar's that high, then it's time for that body to vote on it. But 2/3 is a pretty high standard to reverse something or implement something. And if the elected people say, we want to be taxed to do X, then this body better respond accordingly.
And it'll be 2/3, not the standard that it is today.
It's all right.
Power you take.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Secretary we paused on engrossment, members. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Campbell.
24 ayes, 6 nays. The bill passes to engrossment. You are recognized, I see you have the votes, to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Recognize to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Secretary will call the roll when ready.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell.
24 ayes and 6 nays. Rule has been suspended. Chair lays out in third reading final passage. SJR 18. Secretary will read the caption.
SJR 18, proposing a constitutional amendment prohibiting the imposition of a tax on the realized or unrealized capital gains of an individual, family, estate, or trust.
You're recognized on final.
Move final passage.
Secretary will call the roll when ready.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell.
24 ayes and 6 nays. Bill is finally passed. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Middleton, it's your day. You're recognized on suspending the regular order of business on Senate Bill 11.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider Senate Bill 11. Senate Bill 11 puts prayer back in our public schools, and we are a nation and a state built on "In God We Trust." It's above our dais right here. Every desk in this chamber is supposed to have a Bible. It's the same way in the House side as well. And our constitutional free exercise clause is about religious liberties, and this bill expands our religious liberties in our public schools. Thank you, Lieutenant Governor Patrick, for putting prayer in schools a priority in this chamber and for this legislature. Senate Bill 11 authorizes school districts to adopt a policy to provide for a period of prayer and reading of the Bible or other religious texts during school hours. And in Texas, our schools are not God-free zones. Senate Bill 11 is about providing a space for free expression of our religion in public schools and open enrollment charter schools. The bill does not make participation in prayer or reading of religious texts compulsory. The period provided under this bill does not replace and does not supplant any elective course or classes that a student may take as part of their education. It is simply meant to allow a time for students and faculty to freely express their religion. The bill outlines a framework that school districts may use if they vote to allow a period of prayer and reading of the Bible or other religious texts, which may use to ensure compliance with our state and federal constitutions, as well as any existing case law on the subject. The framework requires that students or faculty who wish to participate in this period of prayer must submit a consent form, and that the period must take place outside of the physical presence and hearing of those for whom consent has not been submitted. But really, what we have to ask is this question: are we better or are we worse off since prayer was taken out of our public schools? And I think we all know the answer to that question. The reality is that when prayer was taken out of our schools, things started to go downhill all over. We know that the cornerstone of a good education is math, reading, science, but character and values matter too. And that's a lot of what we do in this chamber. After all, our children, they spend a lot of their time in our schools, a lot of their lives in our public school buildings. And our schools should never have been God-free zones. And our founders never intended separation of God from government. In fact, the recent Coach Kennedy case debunked the false doctrine of separation of church and state and said simply that you can't be coerced into participating. The Kennedy case made coercion the new test. And Coach Kennedy really has an incredible story of grit and persistence. He was actually an atheist. I don't know if y'all know that. And of course, he was threatened with adverse action for praying on the football field. And it took him 8 years to win that case. Thanks to President Trump, Supreme Court justices, we did. And that was a huge win for the religious liberties, certainly the biggest one in my lifetime, probably in all of our lifetimes. And it comes down to this. In Texas, we're not going to let a group of litigious atheists decide for everyone else whether or not students and educators get to pray. Santa Fe ISD is in my district. That was the last ISD to lose a challenge before the Supreme Court where student prayer was stopped. A few decided for the many, starting in the 1960s and culminating with the Santa Fe case in 2000. And with this bill, we're righting a great wrong of judicial activism. And that wrong extinguished prayer in our public schools. And with this bill, with Senate Bill 11, we are officially putting prayer back in our classrooms in the great state of Texas, where it has always belonged and where we all know in our hearts that it has always belonged. And with that, members, I yield for questions.
Senator Gutierrez, what purpose?
Just a few questions, Mr. President.
Do you yield?
I do.
Mr. President. Mr. President, would you indulge 10 seconds to wish my wife a happy anniversary today? Today's our anniversary. Would you indulge me in those 10 seconds?
Did you want me to wish you a happy anniversary, or do you want to do it?
Well, maybe you could do it too.
How many years?
19 years she's been putting up with me, Mr. President.
She is a saint. You should vote for this bill because a lot of prayer has been with her.
You've only had to deal with me for 4.
I know, and I pray every day, trust me. We celebrate our 50th this year, so I know about 19.
Yes.
Yes, wish your beautiful wife a happy anniversary.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. Just a few questions, Mr. President. Thank you, and thank you, Senator. I'm no longer in the doghouse.
It's only 1:40, Senator.
Day left to go. Yeah.
Would you agree with me? Well, I want to take this back here for a little bit because you said something that was interesting to me that I've never heard of in my life before. You said you just said this.
Yes.
Our founding fathers never intended a separation of church and state. You just said that.
Instead of God from government, yes, correct.
Never intended it.
Never intended.
Wow. So when they wrote those things in the Constitution, what was that?
So where does it say separation of church and state in the Constitution?
Would you agree with me
out?
Would you agree with me that John Adams is a founding father?
He is, but let's go back. You said the Constitution. Can you please show me where that's in there?
Hold on, I'm asking the questions. John Adams said, "It is more dreaded than the national government. Nothing," he wrote, "is more dreaded than the national government meddling with religion." That's John Adams. All right? You know that Thomas Jefferson was a deist, right?
His famous letter to the Danbury Baptist. Yes, I'm aware.
Mm-hmm. Matter of fact, during that Revolutionary era, it was a period of of decline when it came to religion. The U.S. Constitution makes no reference whatsoever, to answer your question, makes no reference to God as cited in its primary source of authority, not the Word of God, but we the people. Never mentions God in the United States Constitution. Jefferson said that subjected every religious tradition, including his own, to scientific scrutiny. On the subject of religion, Jefferson cautioned his nephew, Peter Carr, "Shake off all the fears and servile prejudice under which weak minds are severely crouched. He urged Carr to question with boldness even the existence of God, because if there be one, he believed in a supreme being, just so you know, he must more approve of the homage of reason than that of blindfolded fear. That's what Jefferson said. All right. Thomas Paine, you would argue that Thomas Paine is one of our forefathers, correct?
He was definitely a famous revolutionary time forefather.
He said that he denied that the Almighty ever did communicate anything to man by any mode of speech, in any language, or by any kind of vision. He characterized Christianity as a fable, which for absurdity and extravagance is not exceeded by anything that is to be found in the mythology of ancients. It is, he charged, a book of lies, wickedness, and blasphemy. For what can be greater blasphemy than to ascribe the wickedness of man to the orders of the Almighty? And so, I'm dumbfounded by your comments that our founding fathers never suggested that there be a separation of church and state. As a matter of fact, when you go to the Washington Monument on one of the panels, Thomas Jefferson in his quotes specifically says that the state should not be able to, that we should not infringe on people's religious beliefs, nor should we impose those beliefs on people. And when he said we, he meant government. Does a person include public educators?
I'm sorry.
Person is in your bill.
Well, let me point something out first. So in our Texas Constitution, say Texas, the preamble, it says humbly invoking the blessings of Almighty God. So to say we're not founded on putting God above all other things is false, totally false. It's right there in our Texas Constitution.
You mentioned the Kennedy decision, but the Kennedy decision didn't supersede or didn't overturn the seminal decision in Engel versus Vitale, did it?
The Kennedy decision overturned the Lemon Test, and it says the Establishment Clause must be interpreted by reference to historical practices and understandings. And this is a free exercise bill at the end of the day. It is a choice.
Right. Well, let me get back to that piece, right? So just from a pragmatic perspective, if parents don't sign off on the permission slip that allows for the moment of meditation, that's how it works, right?
The parents have to opt in, correct. There has to be a consent form, but before even that happens, the school district has to vote their way into it. So before that can even happen.
What are those kids out there that are not opted in, that don't want meditation, that actually want to start math class? What do they do while the other kids are doing their other thing? Do they go into a separate room?
It's up to the school district to adopt the policies around the period of prayer, and they have to work or can work with our Texas Attorney General to determine which of those policies are best for the operation of their particular school district or campus, either one.
Right, and specifically in the Kennedy decision, they argued that the coach, that it was, what he was doing was indeed private and voluntary, and the distinction in our schools, that our kids are captive, right? They're captive in a classroom.
Well, I wouldn't say that. We've got school choice too that's hopefully going to pass this session as well.
Well, can the kid move out of the classroom? Can he just go outside in the hallway? No, because he'd get in trouble, right?
When you have to opt in, this is not mandatory. Okay. There's nothing mandatory about it.
But you're suggesting that school districts, if half the class opted in and half the class opted out, then the school district has to figure out where those kids take their 1 minute. Is it 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes of meditation?
It's up to each ISD to adopt their particular policy that they have for this period of prayer.
If there are Muslim kids, are we providing prayer mats in our schools? I'm just wondering.
We're not discriminating against any particular faith.
Would you agree with me that students are a captive audience, that while they sit in class, kind of like we are here sometimes?
You could maybe say it that way.
All right. Thank you. Are teachers authority figures?
Typically, but again, it's voluntary. The parents have to consent. This is parental consent. Remember, parental consent.
Would you agree with me that some teachers are very influential over some students?
And I think it's great to have influential teachers. I think we've all been impacted, every single one of us in this chamber, by teachers that have had a positive and a great influence on us.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for that moment of levity.
And a happy anniversary.
Thank you.
All right,
Appreciate
thank you. Senator Heckenboo, what purpose?
Next question, please.
Do you yield? Senator Middleton?
Oh, yes,
You
of
yield?
course. Thank you, Mr.
Senator
President.
Heckenboo.
A couple of questions. Just from a non-religious common sense perspective, do you think there's any harm, and it could be some good in a student be able to take a minute just to bow their head before taking a test?
Well, I think this is very positive for our students because, I mean, we just heard a bunch of arguments here on the floor that this would harm children, but that the pornographic books would not. That's the other way around, right? I mean, we had examples earlier today that this is the problem. We're putting prayer in the school, back in the schools is a problem. The pornographic books are not a problem. That's actually the other way around.
And another question about religion. I can't remember the exact quote from Senator Gutierrez, but the way I would interpret that quote was that Adams was talking about keeping church, to stay out of the church, not the opposite. And do you believe that when Thomas Jefferson talked about separation of church and state, he was talking solely about keeping the state out of the church, not the church out of the state?
That's right. So a particular sect would not become one and the same with the government, versus the way that it's been twisted now today is to try to take God out of government completely, regardless of sect.
And one more question. Let me read another quote from John Adams. He said, "Our Constitution was made only for moral and religious people. It was wholly inadequate to the government and any other. When he talks about the more religious people, do you think possibly school prayer could help build that kind of thing he was talking about?
Absolutely. I mean, this is humbly invoking the blessings of Almighty God, like it says in the preamble to our Texas Constitution. We have to build everything on His foundation, as it says, above the dais right here in this very chamber.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Heckenboo.
Senator Eckhart, what purpose?
To ask questions of the author on
Do you
this
yield?
bill.
I do. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Middleton, do you believe that your bill creates religious labeling?
No.
You don't believe that requiring school districts to put this on the ballot doesn't label a school district as religious or not religious?
So you're against elected trustees having to take record votes like we do?
I'm
Is that what you're
asking
saying?
you whether or not you believe that requiring a school district whose mission is to educate, requiring them to put on the ballot whether or not to have this in the schools, does that label a school district as religious or not?
So should we get rid of record votes in this chamber because it labels us?
I am asking you a question, Senator.
No, it doesn't label them. If you're an elected trustee, then you should have to take record votes on policies for your district.
Do you believe that a family who votes against this will be labeled as religious or not religious?
Well, they're not voting against it. They're just not sending in a consent form.
So let's talk about that consent form. Why is it that the consent form requires the parent to waive their rights under the First Amendment?
So it's not created as a litigious vehicle in order to sue the school district because you're voluntarily agreeing to this. It's the same as waivers you sign when you play sports, right? I mean, when you go get on the bus to go to a different venue to compete, similar things.
So if that's the case, why is it that if a parent rescinds their permission, they cannot also rescind their waiver of a right under the First Amendment?
Because the rescission shouldn't be a way to create a litigious position, right? In order, like the atheists here, which are against the bill, American atheists, actually I'm glad to see them opposed. It means I'm on the right side here. To create that challenge, essentially, just as a subterfuge, essentially.
So are you assuming that everyone who would be against who would not sign this waiver is an atheist?
No, what I'm saying is it's a choice.
So a family that never signs this permission slip still has rights under the First Amendment if their child is coerced in school for religious purposes. But a family that does not sign a permission slip does not have rights to defend their child against religious coercion in school.
You cannot be coerced under any situation.
Really?
Right.
We'll
That's
see
the key holding in Kennedy versus Bremerton. It's coercion.
The key holding in Kennedy, actually, was that the individual, the coach, was praying not as a school function, not with a captive audience. And that was the exception, wasn't it?
Well, as you know, it went quite a bit farther than that with the Lemon test.
But that was the holding, that was the fact pattern that underpinned that decision, right?
What led to the litigation over those 8 years that eventually, yes, Coach Kennedy won.
Whereas your bill, unlike the Kennedy decision, requires the school to organize the prayer time, does it not?
It does. It determines up to the school, or it leaves it up to the school to determine what's best during their particular, school schedule and hours to pick what works the best for them.
And isn't that in direct contravention to the Kennedy case's holding?
No, it's not.
Because the Kennedy case said the school was not organizing the coach's prayer, correct?
The Kennedy case spoke to individual liberties, and this is what this does: religious freedoms and free exercise. That's what that case spoke to. That's what this bill does. That's what that consent form allows, is free exercise of the individual's right to exercise their faith.
So are you concerned that parents will have legitimate claims under the First Amendment, and that's why they must waive them in order to take advantage of this prayer time?
No, but it should not be used as a tool by organizations like this, which Madalyn Murray O'Hair is how a very small group of litigious atheists took away prayer for everybody. And obviously
that is without this bill, students can pray before school, they can pray after school, they can pray at lunchtime, they can pray during recess, they can exchange religious tracts with their fellow classmates, and none of that is prohibited under current law. You're aware of that, right?
That's correct, yes. Yeah.
So why do we need this bill?
This establishes a period of prayer during school hours. What you're talking about is before or after, like the moment of silence, meet me at the pole. That's another good example. There are clubs that meet after school, for example.
So this bill establishes the school organizing prayer.
That's right.
And you don't think that that's a violation of the U.S. Constitution and the Texas Constitution?
No, because there's no such thing as separation of church and state. That was in a letter from Jefferson to the Danbury Baptists that has been twisted completely out of control, and the Coach Kennedy case made that clear.
So you just don't like the Establishment Clause, is what you're saying?
Well, I think you're saying you don't like the Coach Kennedy ruling.
Actually, I find the Kennedy ruling quite solid, and I don't find that your bill comports with it.
Well, it does. We'll have to agree to disagree.
But you just don't believe that the Establishment Clause should be enforced?
Because they changed their lens. That was the old test, Establishment Clause. Now the test is free exercise. In other words, it was looked at harshly, like the endorsement test is now gone, right? That's gone.
So have you reviewed any of the debates leading up to the U.S. Constitution and the Establishment Clause?
Actually, there was a very famous one at the Constitutional Convention where things were not going very well. And Ben Franklin said, you know what, we need to begin our day in prayer. This is really not going too well. And then when they did that, things started to go well. So yes, I have reviewed the history.
I pray every day, Senator Middleton. So your assertion that someone against your bill is not religious could be seen as very offensive. Do you see that?
I don't think it's our position to decide for everybody as those atheists did in the 1960s. A small group decided for every Texan and every Texas child and public school and educator, you don't get the right to pray during school hours.
Now, I agree with you on that. I agree that a small minority should not be the arbiter of the very personal religious pursuits of everyone else. I completely agree with you on that. And in the debates leading up to the writing and the passage of the U.S. Constitution, the New England members of the Constitutional Congress argued for a religious test. You're aware of that, right?
Sounds very familiar. I don't have the passage you've got in front of me.
And the Federalists denounced it, saying that a religious test would go directly against the bulwark of religious liberty. That in order to assure religious liberty, we were to do everything we could to avoid religious tests and religious labeling in the United States. You're aware of that, right? You're a lawyer.
This is not a religious test, if that's what you're referring to. It is not. That's the Abington case, I think, that you're referring to. And students were compelled to participate in prayer and Bible reading. And this bill doesn't do anything of the sort. It allows the school district to choose, and then after that, allows the parent to choose, and of course, the educators and students as well. So.
But if a parent does not choose or rescinds the choice, so if a parent does not choose, they still have the right to defend their child against coercion by a school-organized prayer time. But if they do opt in or rescind having opted in, they have signed away their right under the First Amendment. Isn't that true?
They haven't signed away their right. They've signed away their right to sue the school district for damages for something that they agreed to. And this bill contemplates this by prohibiting prayer, for example, over a loudspeaker, right? Where there's no way you can tell if everyone's consented or not consented. And it prohibits that in the bill specifically, that is not an acceptable method to implement this. But then it also goes on and to say that they need to work with or should work with the Attorney General in developing this policy to make sure that it is voluntary, right? I mean, I think you support that it's voluntary. You agree with that?
I would absolutely agree with the idea that there is no religion worth respect that isn't come to humbly and individually without coercion by the state. Thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Senator Hancock, for what purpose?
That's after a few questions.
Do you yield?
I yield. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Middleton, are you familiar with a case that's very similar that was recently discussed? Birdville ISD versus one of their students that sued the school.
Yes, yeah.
You're familiar with that case from 2015? It's where I served for 13 years, and actually my brother was on the board when this case took place, where a former student, along with the American Humanist Association, actually sued the district. Are you aware of what they sued them for?
I don't recall the pleadings on it.
Well, they actually happened to start their school board meetings with prayer from student-led. In other words, organized by the school district, with students invited to come and lead before the school board meeting started in prayer. And they were sued over that by a former student. Now, we've kind of talked about whether school districts could organize and have voluntary prayer. And in an issue in the court case, how the coach's case is, spoke against that. Are you aware what the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals ruled in this case?
I don't recall the holding.
So they actually ruled with the district. They ruled with the district that they could have organized prayer before their school board meetings, led by voluntary students leading in those prayers. Now, that opinion was appealed, the Fifth Circuit was, to the Supreme Court. Do you know what happened at that point?
Fortunately.
The Supreme Court did not pick it up. They left it. So we do have a court ruling intact where I served for a long time, where my brother was on the board when this case took place, where the Fifth Circuit actually ruled that this school district, Birdville ISD, could organize prayer before a school board meeting, have students volunteer to pray at those meetings, not coerced, just a voluntary prayer, which I know it's not exactly the way your bill's laid out, but there is a court ruling here in the state of Texas that's pretty darn close to what you're trying to actually put in statute through SB 11. Would you agree?
That's right. You know, because the way it is right now is most children in our public schools and faculty as well, so educators, they don't have the opportunity to pray out loud during school hours. No one's making anyone do anything. We're giving them this opportunity with this legislation.
You know how proud I am to be a part of that district?
You should be.
I'm glad that we, for years, have led and started seeking wisdom before we ever had a school board meeting, and I'm glad they won the case. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hancock.
Thanks, Senator Hancock. Senator Menendez, what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. Questions of the author?
Do you yield?
Sure. Yes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Here we go. Thank you, Sir Milton. Sir Milton, my understanding is the bill as written only specifies, it only names the Bible as the only religious text specifically named. Is that correct?
It says or other religious texts.
Pardon me?
It says or other religious
Or other,
texts. Yeah.
yes, but it only refers to the Bible or other religious texts, correct?
Right.
Okay, so would the school districts, if they voted affirmatively, would they be allowed to specifically name other religious texts as well?
The bill doesn't discriminate. It's not prescriptive.
Okay. You're aware there's approximately 5.4 million Texas children in our public schools?
5.4 million, it's a lot.
5.4 million. And obviously, of those 5.4 million, not all of them are Christian, correct?
Correct.
Very likely that throughout the state of Texas, we have, children who may be Muslim, Sikh, Jewish, Buddhist, Native American, Hindu, or maybe not of any particular faith. Would that be correct? Safe to assume?
Sure. Yes, correct.
So my concern, you may be aware that I've worked for a long time on bullying issues in this building. And one of my concerns is, how are we going to ensure that students, how will the schools ensure they're not peer pressured, bullied, otherwise coerced? I mean, your bill takes out the word encourage. It takes that out. Encourage, some could call it encourage, some could call it coerce by their friends, classmates, coaches, or a teacher to participate in prayers or to get a signed consent form. So aren't you concerned that teachers would face additional pressures in addition to trying to teach the students, to try to get them the best scores, to try to get them to come? Are you not concerned with potential bullying related to a student potentially sitting out voluntary prayer without potentially making inappropriate comments regarding religion?
Our laws against bullying still apply. This bill doesn't change that at all. What I'm saying is students and educators deserve the opportunity to pray if they want to. And we as a body and as the legislature should not say, we're not going to trust you to exercise your religious liberties. We're not going to let you freely exercise your faith. But this bill changes that. This bill changes that, thanks to the Coach Kennedy case.
But don't we already, we already passed the Texas Religious Freedom Rights Bill Act, and so people already have the right to pray, don't they?
Not out loud during school as part of school hours. That's something that's really not happening in our public schools right now. You're talking about what Senator Eckhart was talking about earlier, which is meet me at the poll prior to school hours, the moment of silence, these other things that were sort of a way to try to, with the old case holdings before the Coach Kennedy case, before Carson v. Macon, before the Espinoza case, to basically not get sued by this group of American atheists to go after every school district that wants to let students participate in prayer. I mean, this is who that's why that's happening. Because these out-of-state groups with out-of-state money are suing our Texas school districts.
A few weeks ago, we passed, I think y'all call it an education savings amendment bill that had a lot of out-of-state money and interest involved as well. My question is, why was the word encourage removed from the list? It says here, the list says a person may not require, encourage or coerce a student to engage or refrain from such school prayer or meditation during school activity. For some reason, the word encourage is taken out in your bill, and I'm just curious, what was the purpose of that?
That was put there with the old Lemon test, right? And so the Lemon test was thrown out in the Coach Kennedy case. And that was the old, Establishment Clause test that Scalia had a bunch of bad things to say about, and rightfully so. And I'd be very, very happy to have that and know that that's gone and not there anymore.
So, an example, what do you have an example? What would be permissible under encouragement? What would be, because I guess the question is, how is a teacher going to know the difference between proper encouragement and coercion? And then what if the teacher feels they were just being encouraging, but the student felt coerced? Who gets to discern between those two?
Well, at the end of the day, that student has to go back to their parent and get them to sign that consent form. So this is parental consent, right? The parent has a lot of input in that. We've done a lot of legislation in this chamber to put more tools back in the hands of parents, and that's who that rests with that parental consent.
But once they've signed the consent form, did they also signed away rights, did they not?
To sue under that claim, yes.
Okay. So let's say the parents signed the consent form, maybe because any concerns or questions about whether, let's say we have a coach who says, everybody who plays for me has to have, Tom Landry was famous for his t-shirt that says God, family, team, something like that. And I'm just curious, what if the coach is telling everybody, what if the student feels that if they don't participate, they may lose their spot on the team? Does that concern you at all?
That's definitely coercion.
That's coercion?
If you said, look, we're not putting you on the team if you don't pray, that's coercion.
Sir, I understand that you have very deeply held beliefs, and there's nothing I'm going to say to change that, and I don't expect to, and I would never try to. I just feel a very deep concern for the students who may feel an additional pressure on top of all the other pressures they're already going through when we're asking them to perform better, to get the best scores they can, and to show up. And I just think that we're making matters a little more complicated because, like we said here many times before, that there are certain things, and wouldn't you agree with me, we've talked about, there are certain things that we want parents to teach their children. We don't want the school necessarily teaching them about sex, right? That's something we've discussed in the past, is that correct?
Yes.
So then maybe something as important as our faith is to many of us is something that we would want our families and our parents to be focused on, and maybe not the school. And that's the concern that I have. Thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to clarify a matter, Senator Middleton, in discussing this bill, I don't recall.
Do you yield for questions?
I do.
You're recognized.
Sorry.
Thank you. I want to clarify one thing. I think it was an exchange with Senator Gutierrez. You mentioned, I don't think you used a partisan term, but that somehow some members had it backwards, that it was okay to have porn in schools, but not okay to have prayer in schools. I want to make sure that you don't really mean that, because it's true that no one on this floor expressed any support for any obscene material in any school, and that for anyone to say otherwise would be a lie. Do you agree with that characterization?
Well, when you're saying this bill is harmful, but that we need to let pornography in schools, what else are you saying?
Oh, no one said, you heard several members say that they oppose obscenity, pornography, and any similar materials in schools. No one said it's okay. The only thing you heard from any member was that if there's a question, it should go to the courts, not the legislature. Do you agree with that?
A question should go to the courts. It depends on if there's a challenge. I guess that's what you're referring to. But that actually came up with the chaplain's bill last session, where they said, or the Ten Commandments bill, actually, sorry, it was Senator King's bill, that it was unchristian and un-American to display the Ten Commandments, but it was no problem to have these things like this. I don't know where the book is here. I put it in the desk because it was so bad that the Lieutenant Governor waved earlier, that are so inappropriate, and that's not the real danger, and the real danger is the Ten Commandments in classrooms. That's ridiculous.
That bill's coming up, Senator.
Again and again and again. It's not okay.
Right, okay.
It's not
so
okay.
Are you going to say that I or Senator Gutierrez or Senator Menendez or Senator Eckert said that it's okay to put obscene materials in schools?
Did you vote for the bill?
I asked you a question. Did you hear me say that today on this floor? Or did you hear me say exactly the opposite?
Different bill, different subject. But voting no on that bill says, hey, we want to make it easier to have obscene materials.
Okay, so if you make that statement, I'm going to say that you're lying to the public. Next, on this bill in particular.
Let's keep it to questions. Okay, we're not making political comments. It's time for questions.
I understand, Mr. President. I wanted to make sure that it was a question about how he viewed our comments, but I appreciate we're going to talk about the bill here.
That was a fair question. The comment after was not.
Okay, thank you, sir. From reading the bill, it looks like you're not going to require school districts to eat up class time if they do provide a time for prayer, out loud prayer and reading of the Bible and other religious texts, right?
Right, so it doesn't replace instructional time.
Would that result in an extended school day?
It could be a few more minutes. I wasn't around when prayer was allowed. A few on this floor were. From my understanding, it wasn't very long, but that was a really important part of the day, even though it wasn't very long.
You know, I remember a session or two ago, I introduced what at the time was called an SEL bill. It was a social and emotional learning bill, and I think we changed the names because people were kind of nervous about those terms. But we had a bipartisan agreement that there is a need in the classrooms for kids to be aware of their emotions, to be able to manage their emotions. But I'll tell you that in the course of the debate in committee, several members brought up the idea, actually the old familiar phrase that education is supposed to be about the 3 R's, reading, writing, arithmetic. It wasn't 4. It wasn't reading, writing, arithmetic, and religion, right?
The core of a great education is reading and math.
And writing.
And writing.
Okay, but now we have, as a fundamental part of our education, a space for religion. You know, because the conversation I heard around that SEL bill was all this other stuff you learn at home, in your private world. Isn't that what we ought to do with religion too?
It is the home that's deciding whether or not the child participates. The parents are deciding.
But they're not learning it at home. They'll be doing it at school, right?
They're choosing to participate.
I don't want to belabor the point, but I think you're expanding the role of our public education system to include matters that particularly conservatives have previously said is a private matter. And now I don't need to make a statement on the bill because that was kind of a statement. But thank you for indulging me.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Campbell, you are recognized. Where's Senator Campbell? Right there, right behind Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to ask the author of the bill questions.
Do you yield?
I yield, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I do believe that prayer in school should be an essential part of the student life of every school in America. Thank you for bringing this bill. The question that I have, does SB 11 prescribe any official prayer?
No, it does not. Thank you.
Is there anything in the bill that forces students to come together and form prayer groups around any individual beliefs, or does it just give freedom of students to pray in the school for a brief moment or study the Bible in a short period of time based on their own beliefs without interference of any official capacity, any official representative of school?
right? There's nothing mandated or prescribed that requires a student to do anything under this bill, actually.
It gives them the freedom, if they want to pray or read the Bible without interference, being stopped, interference by any official of the school or government.
That's correct. Thank you.
Would you say that this bill supports that government was meant to be out of the churches, but God was never meant to be out of the government?
That's 100% correct.
That came from Tony Evans.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
The motion is on suspension. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell.
23 ayes, 7 nays. The motion is suspended. Chair lays out in second reading Senate Bill 11. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 11, relating to a period of prayer and reading of the Bible or other religious text in public schools.
You're welcome for passage to engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move passage to engrossment for Senate Bill 11.
When ready, the Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco.
23 ayes and 7 nays. The bill passes to engrossment. You're now recognized to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell.
24 ayes, 6 nays. The constitutional 3 days is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 11. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 11, relating to a period of prayer and reading of the Bible or other religious text in public schools.
You are recognized on final passage.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move final passage for Senate Bill 11.
Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell.
23 ayes, 7 nays. Bill's finally passed. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Members, I know we have a lot of committees meeting at the end of session, but we are powering through our legislation. Senator King, you're recognized on Senate Bill 10 to suspend the regular order of business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, very few documents in the history of Western civilization, and even more so in American history, have had a larger impact on our moral code and our legal code and just our culture than the Ten Commandments. And that's why for 200 years, actually over 200 years, the Ten Commandments were prominently displayed in public buildings and in public schools across the nation. And that continued, and in fact, there are over 10 representations of the Ten Commandments still posted today in Washington, D.C., one of which is in the U.S. Supreme Court. You shut the doors to the Supreme Court when they're in session, and on the back of those doors, like right there, you see the Ten Commandments. And in fact, on the north end of this Capitol building is a display, a monument of the Ten Commandments. They remained in public schools, which is the subject here today, until 1980. And in 1980, in a case called Stone v. Graham, which was in Kentucky, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that the Ten Commandments could no longer be displayed in public buildings and specifically in public schools. And they based that decision, the Supreme Court, on a case called Lemon v. Kurtzman, which had been in 1971, which established what became known as the Lemon Test for religious liberties. And it was an errant test, but unfortunately remained the precedent ruling of the land in 1980. They based the striking of the Ten Commandments in public schools, and they were removed in public schools across Texas and across the country. And then in 2022, the law took a turn in the right direction. In 2022, the Coach Kennedy case, Kennedy versus Bremerton ISD, in that case, where Coach Kennedy had knelt to pray on the football field, in that case, as it got up to the Supreme Court struck the Lemon Test, removed it from precedent, removed it from authority. And so because of that, we can today put the Ten Commandments back in our public school classrooms in Texas. And that's simply what SB 10 does. SB 10 would require Texas public elementary and secondary schools to display the Ten Commandments in each classroom. At present, Texas public schools have no such requirement. SB 10 is similar to the bill that we passed out last session out of this body with a strong majority, with one significant difference. SB 10 clarifies that a public school is not required to purchase displays using district funds. Now, Louisiana has passed a Ten Commandments statute, and 14 other states, in addition to Texas, have similar bills proposed. I think it's time for Texas to pass SB 10 to bring back the historical tradition of recognizing our national heritage and to help eliminate out-of-date legal thinking that's still active from the 1970s Establishment Clause jurisprudence, which was recently overturned. The test today is not the Lemon Test. The test today is whether a document such as the Ten Commandments is part of our American history and tradition, and is part of our Texas history and tradition. And again, you have a hard time finding any document which has had a greater influence on our legal and moral code in America and in Texas and really the whole Western civilization. And so with that, I would move to suspend the regular order of business.
Senator Swertner, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator King, for bringing this bill forward. You mentioned the test that is currently utilized for whether or not a display is appropriate. And I think you said it was that it would correlate and be affirmed by American history or tradition. And I think you also mentioned about the Supreme Court, and I was hoping you might, if you have any other examples, Senator, expand on the various areas of our nation's capital in D.C. where the Ten Commandments are displayed.
Well, I actually have a 14-page document of examples of displays and statements. You know, specifically with regard to school, it's interesting. For 150 years, Ten Commandments were in the most prominent readers, such as the McGuffey reader in the United States. And actually, I was looking at a list of test questions that were out of those readers about the Ten Commandments. It's interesting, too, some of the quotes. President John Adams said, "If thou shalt not covet," which is Exodus 17, of course, which is out of the Ten Commandments, "then thou shalt not steal," Exodus 20:15, "were not commandments of heaven. They must be made inviolable precepts in every society before it can be civilized or made free." That was John Adams, and we'd had some questions about his positions in the last debate. John Quincy Adams, "The law given from Mount Sinai was a civil and municipal as well as a moral and religious code. Vain indeed would be the search among the writings of profane antiquity to find so broad, so complete, and so solid a basis for morality as this Decalogue, the Ten Commandments, lays down." Again, part of our history and tradition. President Theodore Roosevelt, "The Decalogue and the Golden Rule must stand as the foundation of every successful effort to better either our social or our political life." President Harry Truman, the fundamental basis of this nation's law was given to Moses on the Mount. Again, part of our history and tradition. Dwight Eisenhower, "The blessings of life and the freedoms of all of us enjoy in this land today are based in no small measure on the Ten Commandments." This is part of our history and tradition and needs to be part of our educational system. Every child needs to walk in, Senator, every day they're in school and see on the wall that it's wrong to kill, it's wrong to steal, that you're supposed to respect and honor your parents. It's part of our tradition, needs to be part of our educational system again.
Thank you, Senator. Well spoken and interesting information that unfortunately I think many Americans do not appreciate or have recollection of. Are you familiar, Senator, that in D.C., for instance, that you mentioned the Supreme Court, that on the back of the doors of the Supreme Court, two stone tablets displaying the Roman numerals 1 through 10 exist?
Yes, I am.
As well as in the Supreme Court, Moses with 2 stone tablets on the east pediment and Moses with a stone tablet on the south frieze also exist.
Absolutely.
Are you familiar in the Library of Congress, the statue of Moses reading a stone tablet in the rotunda of the Library of Congress?
Yes.
And then in the U.S. Capitol, Moses is depicted above the gallery doors of the House Chamber. And in the National Archives, 2 stone tablets displaying Roman numerals 1 through 10 is engraved in bronze on the floor before our Declaration of Independence and original copy of the Constitution.
And if you've had anyone who toured the U.S. Capitol, those are prominently displayed and pointed out.
Thank you, Senator. I really appreciate your bill and look forward to seeing it become law.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. There's actually, if you go to the Bible Museum and take the tour, they have an incredible display of every place in Washington. They do it like a drone through D.C. of showing every place there's scripture or the Ten Commandments. It's pretty fascinating. Senator Menendez, you're recognized for what purpose?
Thank you. Questions of the author, Mr. President.
Do you yield? And before you say yes, I just want to welcome everyone in the gallery on spring break, stopping by. Good to have you with us. Senator King, do you yield?
Certainly.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator King. Senator King, we've had a lot of discussion about this. One of the questions that I have, you mentioned in your layout that you would envision the schools not using any funds of their schools, that they would have these donated. So if you envision these materials to be donated to the schools, does that mean people have these posters printed, come up to the school and hand them to them? How do you envision, for safety purposes, let's say an organization or church gets together and says, there's a number of schools in our area, let's raise some money. Is there anything in your bill that would help us maintain security at individual campuses? Because campuses currently, you go and you have to present your driver's license and you have to explain why you're there. And, they're busy doing a lot of things and they're short-staffed. Have you considered, would it be easier if we drop these off at the district, headquarters and say, these are meant for your schools, and then they would determine which schools had them and didn't have them, because the law is going to be that every classroom, if the bill passes, every classroom must have them. So if your bill passes, they must have them. this would solve a problem for the school district if people were delivering them to a central location. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, let me back it up to the very beginning of your statement. So the schools are not prohibited from purchasing the displays themselves. They can, and I think a lot of them will. We do prescribe what it has to say, the size, the dimensions. We actually use the exact wording that was on the Ten Commandments on display in the Kentucky schools that Stone v. Graham addressed, but we, more importantly, use the exact language as well as what's on the monument on the Capitol grounds of this Capitol. And in fact, the U.S. Supreme Court has already approved that, even under the Lemon test, the monument that's on our Capitol grounds. Now, as far as, I think what will probably happen is I think you'll have local groups, Lions Club or whoever it may be, or church or someone that will print out or have printed a number of displays. I thought about your suggestion that it be taken to the central administration office, but I think a lot of people would like to take those to their neighborhood school. Maybe they've got 40 classrooms in that middle school, and they want to have them printed up for that, and I think they'll want to take them to it. And schools all have security policies. I went and read at an elementary school a couple of weeks ago in Weatherford, and you come up and you go to the front door and you knock and they push the button and you hand them an ID and they give you a patch. So they're used to having people come in. Parents come in all the time. Parents bring things for cupcake parties and everything else. I think if someone comes in with 50, a small stack of 16 by however inch displays, it's not going to be difficult for the school to deal with. I do think it would be an inconvenience for them to have to go to the administrative office and then just talk about which school it goes to. So I'd rather it be the decision of whoever is the donor as to what school they would go to.
That's fine. The Ten Commandments, you mentioned that you're using the exact same version that's on the monument on the campus here at the state campus. And the question that I have is, do you envision teachers having a conversation, or how would they answer questions? Because your bill applies to kindergarten through 12th grade, is that not correct? Or did you?
Yes.
Okay. So let's say we have a kindergartner, a first grader, second grader, third grader. What if they ask, what does adultery mean? Or what is a manservant or a maidservant? Because I believe in the bill it says, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant.
Well, for 200 years, that never became a problem. And kids are pretty smart, and teachers are exceptionally smart. And I think teachers can help kids work through that.
So on the one hand, we don't want them talking about sex, but then we're going to be talking about explaining adultery. I see.
Well, we don't tell them they can't talk about sex. We're telling them they can't have pornography in the classroom.
No, I agree with that.
Topic.
Okay. So maidservants and manservants, were they not a reference to slavery? I'm not sure. That's what I'm asking.
No, not necessarily. It could also be to employees or particularly at the time they were written, you had servants. Obviously, there were some slaves as well, but they also had people that were kind of indentured servants that were temporarily working to work off different commitments, things of that nature.
If a parent doesn't share beliefs that they would adhere to the Ten Commandments, do they have any relief, or do their children have any relief under your bill? Or is the bill just going to be in every classroom and everybody gets to see them?
You know, I've never met, and I've talked to a lot of people about this, I've never met a Christian, never met a Muslim, never met anybody who thought that their kids shouldn't read every day in the classroom, don't steal, don't lie, don't kill, respect your parents.
So the answer is they don't have any, they're going to be there for everybody regardless.
Well, I mean, which one of the Ten Commandments would you think a parent would object to? I guess where I'm confused.
I think that some parents might think it might be too early, kindergarten, first grade, second grade, to try to talk about adultery or talk about manservants or maidservants. Maybe I think they'd like to be able to explain that themselves.
You know, for our children, they learn the Ten Commandments very early, and adultery was talked about in terms of faithfulness and love in a family. Very easy.
Very good. Very good. Thank you. Thank you for taking my question.
Senator Gutierrez, what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a few questions?
Do you yield?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator. Senator, the Establishment Clause prohibits the government from establishing a religion or favoring one religion over another, correct?
Basically, yeah.
Basically, okay.
What it does, the Establishment Clause simply says that government shall not establish a religion. As you know, as they'd come out of England and other areas of Europe, and actually other areas around the world, there were government-sanctioned sects, government-sanctioned religions, even within Christianity, of course, coming out of the Church of England.
That's right, the King of England.
And so the intent was that American government, the federal government, would never be able to establish a state religion over the colonies.
That's right, because I think you just said it. The King of England persecuted people not just because they weren't following his laws, because in his mind, they may not have been following the laws of God.
Well, it just, the First Amendment Establishment Clause, and then there's the Free Exercise Clause. And the Establishment Clause simply said that government could not ordain and establish a specific religion.
Do Hindus believe that Moses brought down the Ten Commandments?
I don't know. I would presume many of them do, and many of them may not.
Okay. There's 400,000 Hindus in Texas.
But I can tell you, every Hindu parent, I presume, would want their child to see every day, don't steal, lie, don't kill.
I don't presume anything. I'm here to make laws, not make presumptions. Do Sikhs believe that in the Ten Commandments in Texas?
I don't know. Now, what do you mean by believe in the Ten Commandments? I'm sorry.
Do Muslims believe that the Ten Commandments were brought down by God?
I think almost everybody that comes from Western civilization would recognize the history of the Ten Commandments and how that has fit into moral codes throughout the last couple of thousands of years.
That wasn't responsive to my question.
Well, I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just trying to say that I would think that if a Hindu or anyone in any religion has studied world history, they have probably studied the significance of the Ten Commandments, as well as other moral and religious codes.
Well, like I said, I don't make presumptions. Do Buddhists, to your knowledge, believe in the Ten Commandments?
I don't know if they, and again, I would suspect they agree with the precepts of the Ten Commandments. I would expect they agree with the history and tradition of those in the United States if they have studied that.
You talk about history and about the history of the United States. You mentioned Adams. Who signs treaties with other countries?
Well, the president enters into treaties, and then the Senate affirms those treaties.
Senate ratifies them, right?
Ratifies. Thank you. That's the word.
Yes, sir. John Adams was a founding father. You mentioned him earlier, correct?
He was.
All right. And I think you cited some letter or something that he wrote to somebody, correct?
He was very, very prominent in his Christian beliefs.
Okay. Well, you heard me read a letter earlier that he sent out to a nephew talking about religion, correct?
I heard you read that, yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Treaty of Tripoli?
Yes, with the Barbary Pirates.
That's right. It was signed by second President of the United States, John Adams. Not to be confused with John Quincy Adams. John Adams. You familiar with it?
Yes, but I was thinking, I may be wrong, but I thought that was Thomas Jefferson.
No,
that signed
John Adams.
The Treaty of Tripoli.
Article 11, the treaty that he signed, as the government of the United States of America is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion, as it has in itself no character of enmity against the laws, religion, or tranquility of Muslims. Mussulman is what he said, but Muslims.
Well, that came out of the fact that in their negotiations with the Muslim nations that were really more tribes at that time and that were seizing American ships, they were justifying it under their current interpretation of what the Quran said.
Right.
And part of it became a discussion of Christianity versus Muslim, and there were discussions of whether or not American, being a Christian nation, could ever be at peace or in agreement with the Muslim nations. And if I recall, that's why that was put in that treaty.
Well, I wasn't there either, so who knows?
I'm sorry, it's been a long time since I studied the...
But it's in the treaty where a president says that our country is not based on any Christian religion.
Would you read the clause again?
Absolutely, I will. And you're right. Let's get it exactly right.
And you might read what's right before it and after it, too. That might
As
help.
the government, Article 11, this is the beginning of Article 11. And I don't want to take it out of context. As a matter of fact, I'll read the whole article. As the government of the United States of America is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion. This is part of our history, right, of the United States?
Yes.
Okay.
The Treaty of Tripoli is part of our history.
As it has in itself no character of enmity against the laws, religion, or tranquility of Muslims, and as the said states never have entered into any war of hostility against a nation, it is declared by the parties that no pretext arising from religious opinion shall ever produce an interruption of the harmony existing between these two countries. I did that because you wanted to hear the whole clause, the whole article. Specifically, not in any sense founded on Christian religion. That's what the second president of the United States said.
I guess where I'm not sure what the question is. The Ten Commandments that we're proposing to put in the classrooms is based on a history and tradition of the United States and the impact that it has had on our moral and legal code.
Okay. So you're not making any suggestion that our founding fathers dictated anything different than what they put in the Constitution in the establishment clause?
No, I know that if you look at the quotes of our founding fathers, there were something like 4,000 different quotes I read where they quoted the Bible specifically. In fact, our founding fathers quoted the Bible, the top two, the Bible was quoted more than any other author or text. Behind that was Montesquieu, and I forget who was after that in terms of quotes. So by and large, the founding fathers were Christians. By and large, they recognized, I believe, at least from what I've read and the things I've read you some quotes from, recognized the significance of the Ten Commandments.
And I've heard earlier what it was Jefferson that in that letter to his nephew, what he said about God and religion. Right,
and I also recognized you were talking about the Danbury Baptists, which he wrote a letter to them because they were concerned. They'd heard rumors that there was going to be an establishment of a state religion. And he wrote them back a letter and saying no, and that's where that term wall of separation, in that letter to the Danbury Baptists, he said that our Constitution establishes a wall of separation so that the Establishment Clause can be enforced. There will never be an established government religion.
Actually, I wasn't referring to that. I think Senator Milton suggested that I was, but I wasn't. I was referring to a letter that he wrote to his nephew, Peter Carr, where he said, question with boldness even the existence of God, because if there be one, he must approve of the homage of reason than that of blindfolded fear. That's what he said to his nephew in a private letter.
And I'm sorry, is there a question that you wanted me to answer?
Well, I was answering you in your question as to whether I was referring to that letter that you suggested. Now, I want to ask you, because you have specific language in the bill, and I think you suggested earlier that that's the language that's out on the Capitol floor, on the steps outside, correct?
Yes, sir. It's on the monument on the north end. And the reason we chose those words, I actually started to go with a more modern translation, but because we are focused on history and tradition, I decided to go with the language that's on the Capitol grounds, which, by the way, has also already worked its way up to the Supreme Court, even under Lemon, and been approved.
We've done a couple of these different things already, and so rather than to go through my whole stack of Bibles, Senator and Mr. President and members, I do just want to point out some things. This language that you have is from the King James Version, is it not?
You know, it's not exactly King James. I was reading that over the weekend. It's a little bit different.
This is the New World Translation of the Holy Scripture here. It's used by Jehovah's Witnesses. And just to give you by way of example, it says, I am Jehovah your God who brought you to the land of Egypt over the house of slavery. That's different from your text, correct?
Yes, yes, that's a little different.
No mention of Jehovah in your text, correct?
Again, I went with the text as is on the Texas Capitol grounds and the same text that was on the that was used in Kentucky when the Supreme Court struck the ability to have the Ten Commandments in classrooms in Stone v. Graham.
I got you. Matter of fact, one of these Bibles, just to not delay us any further, one of these Bibles calls for a human sacrifice as the 10th commandment. Are you familiar with that?
I don't think that's correct.
No, we can find it.
So the Old Testament was written primarily in Hebrew, not entirely. And then so the translations we read today are English translations of that original Hebrew text. And they're all pretty similar. There's a little bit of change here and there.
Well, you don't read Hebrew, do you?
Oh, no.
No. Matter of fact, one of the first translations wasn't in Hebrew, but it was in Greek.
Well, generally speaking, the New Testament is written in Greek, not entirely, and the Old Testament is written in Hebrew, not entirely, though.
Okay. Let's see. I wanted to find that for you on that other one. Here we go. The Samaritan Pentateuch. You didn't refer to that particular Bible, did you? All right, that discusses the 10th commandment. It causes the 10th commandment demands a sacrifice to God. We're not using that one in this bill, right?
That is not in this bill.
All right, fair enough. Mr. President, I don't want to overburden the members. We're going through a stack of Bibles, but I do have two more questions, if you don't mind, Mr. President. ISDs receive money from the state of Texas.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Independent school districts receive money from the state of Texas, correct?
Yes, sir, they do.
And charter schools are wholly state funded, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that this bill, and you suggested this earlier, authorizes the purchase of 10 Commandment posters using public money?
Doesn't require it. It doesn't prohibit it either.
Doesn't prohibit it. All right, very good. Mr. President, I rise to bring a point of order in that this bill violates Article 1, Section 7 of the Texas Constitution.
Bring your point of order forward. Members, the point of order is not timely, as the bill is not before the body. And Senator Gutierrez, you know, when people come in the gallery, and I know when people watch, what, you know, whether it's Congress or here, they're wondering, what did they all talk about? I simply said, if I had known it was your anniversary, I would have bought you and your wife a long lunch today. That's all I said. I just want to let you know.
Well, Mr. President, I will say you have always run our body so well.
Thank you.
Really, I mean that.
Thank you, Senator.
We may not always disagree, but you run it very well.
We all get along at the end of the day. Just disagree in parts of it. Senator Johnson, what purpose?
Questions of the bill author?
Do you yield?
Certainly.
Senator King.
You're recognized.
You mentioned that the principles of theft, murder, bearing false witness, etc., those are fundamental, and you commented that every parent should be comfortable. Yeah, it's hard to hear in here.
Members, we need a little order over there, especially with the author right near your desk. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator King, you're not representing that the concepts of it being wrong to murder and wrong to steal and wrong to bear false witness are unique to the Judeo-Christian tradition, are you?
No, not at all.
No, it's common to every religion, every non-religion, every society on earth has held those values and holds those values, correct?
Well, I wouldn't say that. I mean, we look at Hamas and what they did to Israel on October 7th and so many other examples of terrible atrocities where there's cultures that have no regard for human life.
But bad things have happened in every country, England, the United States, but generally those are not uniquely Judeo-Christian principles. I guess we could just leave it at that. We agree there?
I'll agree that all civilized societies have had a moral code generally against harming other people.
Is there a risk if we post the Ten Commandments in every classroom in every public school that children will come to believe that those common values, those common traditions are the origin of the Judeo-Christian tradition? That there will be some sort of false attribution? And therefore some sort of implicit prejudice to alternative faith traditions?
I wouldn't see that coming out of the Ten Commandments being posted.
Okay. The Ten Commandments version that the statute proposes, or that the bill proposes, you've explained is based on what's out on the Capitol grounds. I appreciate that. To my knowledge, there are 21 versions, roughly 21 recognized versions of the Ten Commandment translations. Do we now have 22? Is this the Texas version of the Ten Commandments?
You know, actually, the history on where it came from, you remember the movie Moses?
Yes.
Cecil B. DeMille and Charlton Heston. So it was one of the most widely watched movies in American history. And afterwards, actually, it was the Fraternal Order of Eagles, I believe. And with Cecil B. DeMille and with Charlton Heston, they raised funds and they distributed thousands and thousands of copies of the Ten Commandments, and then also went around the country and put those on state capitals and maybe some other public facilities as well. But ours was actually dedicated. Charlton Heston came to the dedication, and they were doing that all across the country after the movie.
And I mean this in all seriousness. That's a super cool story, and I'm glad to know it. Are we going to? I mean it.
It's part of history and tradition.
Are we going to put an asterisk on the display in schools mentioning to them that this is the one that Charlton Heston distributed after he did the film Moses? Or are we representing to the students that this is, quote, the version of the Ten Commandments?
I think that it's going to be represented that it is a translation, a version of the Ten Commandments.
Okay. Thank you. Some other members, Senator Menendez had a brave conversation with you about some of the contents of the Ten Commandments. We talked, there was discussion of the words adultery, discussion of the word slavery, I think, with Senator Senator Gutierrez there. I think you acknowledged that there were certain translations that instead of saying manservant, they said manslave. Is that true?
I think some just say slave, some say servant, I believe.
Why did you choose the one that says servant instead of slave?
So again, I actually started to go with one of the more modern translations, like the King James Version. It was translated in like 1604 or 7 or whatever it was.
Right.
At the direction of King James. And, you know, it's 16th century English, right? And there's been different translations as dialects and English dialects have changed. And I started to go with a more modern translation. But again, I also was trying to reflect the history and tradition and the impact that the Ten Commandments have had on Western civilization and particularly American jurisprudence, American moral code, just our culture. And so I decided to go with the language that had already been tested in the courts and up before the courts. So, and again, we had the unique situation of we have a monument of the Ten Commandments on the Texas Capitol grounds.
So you've imbued a historical document with meaning and context from our experience today. Is that fair to say?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
You have imbued a historical document with meaning derived from the context of our lives today.
I'm not sure I understand.
I'm totally setting a trap for you. This is exactly what our Supreme Court Justice said.
That's why I'm not understanding the question. I apologize.
Well, okay, so I'll lay it out a little more thoroughly. There is more than one translation of the Ten Commandments. Some people interpret the words to be manservant. Others say it's slaves. You've even gone so far as to say it could be employees, right? Because that's based on our experience today. It's consistent with our Texas history.
Someone who's in a subservient position to another.
Right. So you're actually interpreting this text in a way that our Supreme Court Justice said we should never do with the U.S. Constitution.
I'm not interpreting the text. I'm simply taking the text that was on the Kentucky monument, taking the text that is on the Texas monument, which has already been approved by the U.S. Supreme Court, and putting it on into the bill.
Those texts don't say employee, do they?
Well, nowhere in it do I have any definitions.
Well, I am suggesting that you're interpreting a historical document, making it a living document, which actually I applaud. I think we ought to be thinking about our Constitution in that respect. But since we're going to interpret things, I think we sometimes have to look at the literal words of an ancient text and give it meaning in our current context. So when it says, for example, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, I suppose the same prohibition applies to husbands. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's husband, or is that an exception?
You know, I think it'd be great if in the classroom, maybe a better example, if a student asks, what is a manservant or a maidservant? It's a wonderful opportunity for that teacher to talk about the evils of slavery and the difference between servitude and slavery. And I think it opens the door for that for teachers wonderfully.
Honestly, I couldn't agree more. Right? If it talks about thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, and somebody wants to know, can you covet thy neighbor's husband? What if it's two men? You could have a discussion about same-sex relations in the classroom, perhaps.
I'm not going there, I'm sorry.
Well, I did, and I just wondered, I have a bill that gets rid of gender references in our marital statutes. Can we interpret those?
And it's going to be, I guess that teacher's going to have to deal with what a husband and a wife is. I think most of them would say male and female.
Okay.
And that's what our governor has recently, the president's recently declared, male and female. And I think that, I mean, there's no perfect answer to everything, but I think when the children go into that classroom, I think our kids are crying out for moral clarity, crying out for it. And I think it's so important for them to walk in and see something that has been part of our tradition and been part of our history for as far back as they'll read, almost as far back as they'll read in studying world history, and to see how that went through the ages, and here it is today in a Texas classroom, and yes, it is wrong to steal, and it is wrong to kill, and you are to respect your parents, and et cetera, et cetera.
And should they see that in trig class?
In trig class?
Trigonometry. And should the trigonometry teacher engage in a conversation with the students about the meaning of the Ten Commandments?
Well, I hope it will also, encourage those kids to respect their teachers, and that's important in every classroom.
Is that in the list of 10?
No, but it is a moral code. It's about rules and ethics and how we behave in a civilized society, and that certainly translates into the classroom, I would think.
Well, Senator King, I think you and I probably disagree. Agree fundamentally that people are searching for more moral clarity, that these questions about the Ten Commandments, religious texts, other moral questions are things that should be discussed in school. But for them to be displayed in a single document that diverges from even Christian faiths and Judeo-Christian faith and Jewish faiths in every classroom is probably not the right vehicle unless we are going to have a religious instruction course, a course in comparative religions in every classroom. Then it might be a fantastic document. Or origins of the American Constitution, and you could reference back to the Ten Commandments and its effects on the thoughts of our founders. All that would be fantastic. But to be placed in every single classroom, I think, is not the proper vehicle, and I'll save the rest of this for a statement on the bill. I appreciate your vision and your intentions here. I just think we're going about it the wrong way.
Thank you.
Secretary, the motion is on suspension. Secretary will read call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
20 ayes, 10 nays. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 10. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 10, relating to the display of the Ten Commandments in public school classrooms.
Members, there is an amendment. The following amendment. Secretary will read the caption.
Floor Amendment number 1 by Menendez.
Senator Menendez, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this goes back to a little bit of the discussion that Senator King and I were having earlier today. I have a concern that, and maybe this isn't a concern in some of our smaller school districts or smaller communities, but in a lot of our urban cities, we're just not as prepared to be receiving random people with whatever it is at every public school. It would be much more effective if they brought the gifts of these posters, if this bill becomes law, to the central administration for them to distribute them to the classrooms. They would know which classrooms have them, which ones don't have them. They would know much better how to use it. And more importantly, it would solve the issue of the safety. You don't have any children at the central office. We don't need random strangers possibly using this as an excuse to get on campus. So that's what this amendment does. Simple amendment. I understand Senator King may not think it's necessary. I just think, as someone who represents an urban community, that this would be the safest way to distribute the materials to all the school districts. And with that, I move adoption of floor amendment number 1.
Senator King on the amendment.
And I appreciate the intent. I just think that schools deal every day with parents coming in, others coming in. They have security measures in place. I'd like for people to be able to have these printed up and taken and donated to the local elementary school, and maybe a PTA wants to do it. Who knows what? But and sometimes the administration building's a long way away in a large community like Fort Worth or Dallas. So I would just say, let them have the option. Don't specify. And frankly, there's nothing in here that stops the school district from putting out a notice that we would like all of these delivered to the administration building, and I'm sure people would comply with that.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Campbell.
10 ayes, 20 nays. The amendment fails. Members, the following amendment. Secretary will read the caption. The amendment, I'm sorry.
Floor Amendment number 2 by Eckhart.
Senator Eckhart, you're recognized.
Thank you so much for recognizing me, Mr. President. This bill has been framed as promoting Texan and American Judeo-Christian history. It is worth noting that the Jewish community is broadly opposed to this bill, including the Anti-Defamation League. Aside from our Jewish neighbors seeing this bill as an encroachment on the separation of church and state, many have noted that Jewish and Christian traditions have different translations of this Hebrew text, Moses, of course, being of the Hebrew tradition. The Jewish translation speaks of God liberating the Israelites from bondage out of the land of Egypt. The Jewish translation also states that you should not murder, whereas the Christian interpretation of the sixth commandment is thou shalt not kill. If this is simply about honoring our Judeo-Christian history and not about instilling Christian nationalism in our schools, we should have no issue reverting to the original Jewish translation. This amendment reverts the Ten Commandments text to the translation provided by Chabad, the Jewish organization we honored on the Texas Senate floor earlier this month. So, Mr. President, I move adoption of this floor amendment.
Senator King on the amendment.
Thank you. Just maybe stick with the earlier comments. The reason we had a lot of discussions about what translation, I mean, you could have done a word for word literal out of the Hebrew. You could have taken a lot of ways, but at the end of the day, we wanted it to match what was already on the grounds of the Texas Capitol, something that had already worked its way up the courts all the way through the Supreme Court and had been approved. And also we wanted it identical to what was overturned in Stone v. Graham, because we know someone's going to file suit on this. So I would gracefully oppose the motion.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
10 ayes, 20 nays. The amendment fails. Members, the following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 3 by Eckhart.
Let me wait a moment till everyone has it. Senator Eckhart on your amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. More than 313,000 Texans practice Islam, making it the 5th largest religious group in the state. The 5 pillars of Islam are the foundation of how Muslims live their lives, and this includes a declaration of faith, 5 daily prayers, giving to charity, fasting, and pilgrimage. I will also note that in Islam, Moses is a revered prophet, known in the Quran as Musa. Musa is mentioned 136 times in the Quran. And Musa is among the 5 prophets, including Muhammad and Jesus Christ. So I do not believe that my Muslim constituency or Muslim Texans object to a text that was transmitted to their beloved Musa, who Christians know as Moses. But I believe that they would find great comfort in the inclusion of the 5 pillars of Islam. Approximately 24% of the global population, or 1.9 million, practice Islam. By educating Texas students on the basics of this world religion and others, we ensure that our students can become global citizens and educated policymakers and professionals. And I'm sure, of course, that in our Judeo-Christian tradition, we would not object to an exhortation to faith, prayer, giving to charity, fasting, and pilgrimage, which are the 5 pillars of Islam. And so I offer this amendment.
Senator King on the amendment.
And thank you for the amendment. I'll gracefully oppose it, try to gracefully oppose it. Again, we're talking about American and Texas history and tradition. You can go back through the history books. We read some of the quotes of some of the founders have been read here today, of many of our presidents discussing the 10 Commandments. The 10 Commandments were in public schools for over 200 years until they were forcibly removed by order of court. We're simply trying to place them back in, and the 5 pillars are really not part of American or Texas history and tradition.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Campbell.
10 ayes, 20 nays. The amendment fails. The following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 4 by Eckhart.
Senator Eckhart, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. And although I respectfully hear your remarks with regard to Islam not being part of the American tradition, obviously it was, as our exchange with Senator Gutierrez with regard to the early treaties of the United States with Muslim countries. Be that as it may, we've dispensed with the monotheistic religions, and I'm moving on to Hinduism, which we recognized in the gallery earlier today. There are more than 450,000 Indian Americans in Texas. While data varies on what percentage practice Hinduism, that population is growing with a strong presence in the state. The 7 core tenets of Hinduism include righteous duty, cause and effect, the cycle of rebirth, liberation, nonviolence, and spiritual discipline. Approximately 15% of the global population, or 1.2 billion people, practice Hinduism. By educating Texas students on the basics of this world religion, we ensure that our students can become global citizens. And with that, Mr. President, I move adoption of the floor amendment.
You're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you again. The amendment is not acceptable to the author. I appreciate your intent, but same responses on the last amendment.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart.
10 ayes, 20 nays. The amendment fails. The following amendment, Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 5 by Eckhart.
You're recognized, Senator, on your amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, for recognizing me on this amendment. This amendment actually goes to my own faith tradition. This is the Eightfold Path, which I do my best to adhere to and mindfully pray to walk in the Eightfold Path every single day. The Noble Eightfold Path is a set of practices in Buddhism that are said to lead to the end of suffering, not just for us, but for all sentient beings. This includes understanding the nature of things, avoiding harmful thoughts and lying, avoiding killing and stealing, and abandoning negative states of mind. Approximately 7% of the global population, or 448 million, practice Buddhism. By educating Texas students on the basics of this world view, we ensure that our students can become global citizens. Together, the religions I am advocating we have represented in this bill compose almost half, or 46%, of the world's population. I want to be brief on the Eightfold Path, but I think that it is important. Through sharing clarity, intention, effort, right speech, right action, right livelihood, the hospitality of all religions, being attentive and also discerning in our actions, we will wake up and thereby understand one another, sharing compassion, and relieving each other's suffering. So with that, I move the inclusion of the Eightfold Path along with the 10 Commandments.
Senator King on the amendment.
Thank you again. The 10 Commandments, as we've discussed, have an undeniable historical meaning in Texas and across our country. The tenets that she's discussed do not, and therefore it is not acceptable to the author.
Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt,
10
Birdwell.
ayes, 20 nays. The amendment fails. Senator King, you're recognized. Passage to engrossment.
So move.
Secretary will call the roll when ready.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Campbell.
20 ayes and 10 nays. The bill passes to engrossment. We'll hold there.
Thank you, members.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hughes, you're recognized on Senate Bill 18 to suspend the regular order of business.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider at this time Senate Bill 18. Senators, this has to do with Drag Queen Story Hour. This bill is focused on that event, and we've learned a lot more about this than we wanted to over the last few years, but over the last several years, there's been explosive growth in a program called Drag Queen Story Hour. hosted in various municipal libraries across the state, including Dallas, Houston, Austin. The events, according to the founding organization's website, I'm quoting their website, are usually geared for ages 3 to 11 and are hosted by drag queens who read children's books. The program strives to, quote, capture the imagination and play of gender fluidity of childhood and gives kids glamorous, positive, and unabashedly queer role models. That's the end of the quote. Again, designed for ages 3 through 11. Certain libraries in the Houston Public Library System who used to host these story hours ceased when they were alerted that one of the participants was a registered sex offender. And after confirming the library had been inviting and hosting a registered sex offender to read to children, they admitted that they hadn't done background checks on the participants. Here's what Senate Bill 18 does. It's very simple and straightforward. It says, if a municipal library hosts one of these events, they won't get any public funding. We cut off all public funds from cities and from the state. To be clear, in order to be covered, a library would host an event in which a person presenting as the opposite sex reads to a minor. Being dressed as the opposite sex is a primary component of the entertainment. A broad topic for discussion. This bill is quite narrow, passed by the Senate last time, and that's what I lay before you, and I move suspension of the regular order of business.
Senator Gutierrez, you're having a busy day on the floor. For what purpose?
I've been quiet as a church mouse most of the session, Mr.
That's
President.
my line, and you have not been quiet as a church mouse today. All right. And a church mouse is a phrase that some people might not want to use, but I believe in church mouses. They're around everywhere. And
Well,
they're
I
usually
also
quiet.
got rid of my stack of Bibles for this
There
one,
you go.
so.
You're recognized for what purpose?
For a few questions.
Do you yield?
Of course I'll yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, as the President just suggested, I've asked a lot of questions today. And sometimes, and you'll acknowledge this because you were a federal court clerk, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you have First Amendment free speech cases, as they're laid out in legislators across the country and legislatures across the country, that back and forth sometimes establishes kind of the precursor to some of those cases, correct?
Yes, sir, it sure can.
As a matter of fact, you and I have we've done this before on lots of bills.
Yes.
You had a drag bill the last session, correct?
So last session we had a similar bill to this one, but we also had Senate Bill 12, the broader bill about sexual performances in front of minors. So we had the two bills on this broad topic, just to make sure we're talking about the same one.
That's right. And those bills are now enjoined. They're in the court process, and they haven't gone anywhere. Those pieces of legislation that passed as law.
Senate Bill 12, that's right. We're waiting to hear from the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals. It's been briefed, and we're looking forward to see what they say.
Are you aware, do you recall the analysis that courts do when evaluating a First Amendment case?
When First Amendment rights are implicated, those get great protection, as they should. And so, you correct me, but if I think what we're talking about is the state must have a compelling state interest to regulate in that area.
What is content-based discrimination?
So content-based as opposed to viewpoint-based, and you're a much better lawyer than I am, so you're going to have to help me through this.
I'm just reading. You're doing really well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
What is the difference between content-based and content-neutral laws that limit speech?
Well, if we're talking about when a position is maybe politically unpopular, maybe a minority position, of course, those are positions that often most need protection by the First Amendment. And so if you're talking about that type of speech, that's one thing. In this case, of course, we're not talking about the nature of the materials being read, but we're talking about their exposure to children and their effect on children.
To your point, let me give you the answer, and you can agree or disagree with me. Content-based laws are laws that regulate speech based on the subject matter or viewpoint, correct?
Yes.
And content-neutral laws are laws that regulate the time and place or manner of speech, not the content, correct?
I believe that's generally correct, yes.
Okay. And viewpoint discrimination occurs when the government regulates or restricts speech, not just based on its content, but based on the specific perspective, opinion, or ideology expressed.
That is also part of the First Amendment jurisprudence. I agree.
Okay. And the level of scrutiny involved in these types of cases is what our Supreme Court has always called a level of strict scrutiny, correct?
So the least restrictive means to accomplish a compelling state interest, as a rule, I think is what we're talking about, the burden the government must meet.
That's right. But on First Amendment cases, our Supreme Court generally applies a strict scrutiny test, correct?
I believe that's the general rule, yes.
You mentioned earlier a very interesting word that you used in your layout here, or when you laid out your bill. And you said that you believe it's narrowly tailored. As a matter of fact, the government must prove that the law is narrowly tailored to serve a compelling government interest. Correct?
I believe that's the general rule, yes.
They're very rarely upheld, these types of legislative attempts, are they not?
I missed the first part of the question. Go, please.
Types of laws that you're trying to pass are very rarely upheld because of that strict scrutiny test.
I would say they have to be done right. It has to be a compelling state interest, and the protection of children is not one that is normally disputed.
What is a man presenting as a woman? What is the legal meaning of that phrase?
Are we talking about the language of the bill or just broader concepts?
The language in your bill. What do you mean by a man presenting as a woman?
Well, as you know, the code construction rules at the federal and state level tell us that we use the normal meaning of words unless a word is defined or has a specific a term of art or has a specific legal meaning that's different from its normal usage. So we could read the text of this bill. It's not very long, and we can use the normal understanding of those words to know what it means.
I guess you would say the same thing the language of your bill for a woman presenting as a man.
I believe we'd look at, in this case, at the plain language of the statute is fairly short and direct. Yes.
Back in the days of Shakespeare, when he was alive, we still have Shakespeare. Right now they're doing Othello on Broadway. When Shakespeare was alive, the men would dress like women and men, right? Depending on the character. There was not women performing the shows. It was generally mostly men, correct?
I think that's right. I think that's right historically.
So if a man is wearing a costume that looks like a dress and reads a story to children at the municipal library, does the library lose funding?
Only if, and again, if we were to read the text of the bill, we could look at line 1-30, and we'll pick up there. It says, and the person being dressed as the opposite gender is a primary component of the entertainment. So it is not just a female dressed as a character, which we might normally think of as a male, or vice versa. But the fact that the person is dressed as the opposite gender is a primary part of the entertainment, like we read on the website for Drag Queen Story Hour.
I'm getting a little old here. I forgot what you said. I couldn't hear what you said in front of gender. Did you say transgender? Or what did you say before gender? If the person
I'm sorry, forgive me. I was reading from line 1-30 of the bill, and I'm going to break in at the second word. And the person being dressed as the opposite gender is a primary component of the entertainment. So this is not just a character that happens to be playing someone of the opposite sex. The fact that the reader, the drag queen in this case, is dressed as the opposite gender is a primary component of the entertainment. It's not just ancillary, or it doesn't just happen to be that actress.
I get it. So
and again, I'm just relying on the language of the bill, just so we're clear.
So if they're in a costume, it's okay.
If I want to make sure I don't get this up. If the person being dressed as the opposite gender is a primary component of the entertainment, that is necessary to trigger the application of this bill or this law when it becomes law.
I apologize here. I guess you'll have to explain to me a primary component. Does that mean that they're the supporting actor, the main actor, the other characters in the play?
Well, if one were to go to the website for Drag Queen Story Hour and read the description of how they have described these performances, it would be pretty clear.
It's not terribly clear. I'm just wondering if someone decides to wear a costume dressed as a woman in a play, did they just violate, at the local library, did they just violate this law? And did the library lose funds?
I didn't mean to interrupt you. Did I cut you off?
No, sir.
They would be violative only if the conditions in this bill were met. And they're very clear. It's about a one-paragraph bill. Well, to be precise, it's lines 26 through 34, so however many that is. 8 or 9.
If a man is wearing what you would consider typical male clothes, but that man has 2 earrings and he reads a story, does that library lose funding?
The library would lose funding if the other conditions were met and the person being dressed as the opposite gender is a primary component of the entertainment.
So if a woman is wearing a dress and heels, but she's wearing a fake beard and making voices to sound like Thor, like the mythical god Thor, while she is reading about Norse mythology, does that violate SB 18?
It would violate the bill if the person being dressed as the opposite gender is a primary component of the entertainment.
Are you aware, I got a whole list of hypos here, but I think kind of made our point here. Are you aware that Montana passed a similar bill and that was enjoined by the federal court in Montana? I believe it's the Ninth Circuit. Almost verbatim.
I believe you. I'm not aware of that, but if you say that's true, I'll take your word for it.
They've been enjoined. Just as you stated earlier, your SB 12 from last year has been enjoined and you're awaiting the Fifth Circuit to say or do something.
Yes, sir, that's right. Waiting on the Fifth Circuit.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator.
And thank you, Senator.
Members, the motion is on suspending the regular order of business. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
20 ayes, 10 nays. The rule suspended. Chair will have the second reading. Senate Bill 18. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 18, relating to prohibiting municipal libraries that host certain events from receiving state or other public funding.
You are recognized.
Mr. President, I move passage to engrossment, Senate Bill 18.
Secretary will call the roll when ready.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Campbell.
20 ayes and 10 nays. The bill passes to engrossment and will hold there.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members.
The following motion in writing.
Motion in writing, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent for Senate Bill 1169, relating to public utility agencies providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessments, to be withdrawn from the Committee on Local Government and re-referred to the Committee on Water, Agriculture, and Rural Affairs. Author Senator Hinojosa of Nueces. Senator Betancourt, Chair Committee from which bill is being withdrawn. Senator Perry, Chair Committee to which bill is being re-referred.
Any objection, members? The motion in writing? Motion is adopted. Senator Hinojosa, can you come forward? Adam Hinojosa, because you're getting ready to lay out your first bill, and it looks like nobody even cares to hear it. Come on, sir, for a second.
Senator Hinojosa? Oh, yeah. Nueces. You know, it's funny, when I had my first bill as a freshman in 2007, they all got up and walked off. So I understand that. And then they came back. You're recognized to suspend the regular order of business on SCR 13.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider SCR 13. SCR 13 urges the State Department and the International Boundary and Water Commission to ensure that Mexico complies with the 1944 treaty regarding shared water resources. Established over 8 decades ago, the 1944 Water Treaty outlines the allocation of water from the Colorado River, the Tijuana River, and the Rio Grande under its provisions. Mexico is obligated to deliver 1.75 million acre-feet of water to the United States over 5-year cycles, averaging 350,000 acre-feet annually. This water is crucial for agricultural, municipal, and industrial purposes, particularly in Texas. Mexico has not met its water delivery obligations in recent cycles. As of mid-2024, Mexico had delivered only about 425,000 acre-feet, approximately 25% of its obligation for the 5-year period ending this year in 2025 in October. These shortfalls in water deliveries have had profound consequences for not only my district, but for the rest of the state. Farmers in the Rio Grande Valley have faced water shortages, leading to reduced crop yields and financial hardships. Notably, the Rio Grande Valley Sugar Growers Incorporated, the last remaining sugar operation in Texas, closed after over 50 years of operation due to ongoing water supply issues and failed attempts to negotiate timely water releases from Mexico. Consequences like this are not only devastating to those directly involved, but have ripple effects impacting local economies, employment, and food supply chains. Ensuring Mexico's compliance with the 1944 Water Treaty is not just a matter of adhering to a decades-old agreement. It is about safeguarding the livelihoods of American farmers, protecting local economies, and upholding the principles of international cooperation. I strongly believe in this resolution and urge the Department of State to take all necessary actions to ensure that Mexico fulfills its treaty obligations. And with that, Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Swertner, what purpose?
To ask questions of the author.
Do you yield?
Yes, of course.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Hinojosa, I appreciate your bill. I'm just not for sure you're doing the right thing for your constituents, sir. This is doing what exactly for your constituents?
Well, not only for my constituents, but for the entire state.
Entire state?
Correct, yes. It's a big economic driver, not only for our farmers and ranchers, but for industry in South Texas. It's something that's very, very important, and Mexico has not been complying with its treaty.
So this is, what are we going to do? Are we going to send some tanks down and go across and repossess the water? Is that what you're doing?
Well, that's a discussion, Senator, that perhaps we can have with Senator Birdwell, and we can find out the logistics about that. But no, sir, what we intend to do is just ask the United States Department of State to, and also the International Boundary and Water Commission to compel Mexico to abide by their 1944 treaty.
That's strong enough, Senator? We're Texas, and are we going to ask for what we deserve and need and are owed?
Well, with this Senate concurrent resolution, I believe it sends a strong message to do just that. And we are Texas, and I think that holds a big stick.
So we're going to ask and send a message, is what your bill does.
Well, what my bill does is it's urging the United States Department to, and the U.S. section of the International Boundary and Water Commission to compel Mexico to abide by their 1944 treaty.
I see. And the U.S. Department of State, who I believe you're urging in your resolution, who is the Secretary of State?
That would be Marco Rubio, sir.
Oh, okay.
Secretary Rubio.
Senator Rubio, okay. He was from Florida, right?
He was a senator in Florida, yes,
sir. Right. And Senator, and the Secretary Rubio, I know you probably got on the phone and talked to him. What did he say?
Well, I don't have that direct access. That's why I have to do it in this way of Senate concurrent resolution, but I think with the united voice of us senators, perhaps you have his number, sir, and I would be happy to get it from you or.
You know, we're going to get on the phone with Senator Rubio right after we get off this floor.
Okay, that would be wonderful.
Tell me, the president of Mexico, I forgot her name, Sheinbaum, I think. Is that right? I think it is. She's a new president, I believe, Mexico. I know you probably had a chance to meet her and talk to her about this. What'd she have to say?
Again, you know, my phone contact list does not have that type of dignitary in it. But I believe this is something that when we send a concurrent resolution to our federal government, that I'm hopeful that President Trump will gain knowledge of it, which I'm sure he's already aware of it, but he'll see how passionate we are in Texas about it.
We're passionate, we're hopeful, we're urging, and we're asking, right? I got it.
Yes, sir.
And I know the Rio Grande is, I forgot how many miles of border with Mexico. Can you help me out with that? Do you recall?
You know, Senator, that is a great question. I don't have the exact information, but I'll be happy to follow up with you with that information.
I think it's about 1,250 miles, but I can't recall. But we have a lot of water that flows. I think you said the treaty said 1.7 million acre feet. And I know you've done your due diligence and looked at how many acre feet that flow through there normally. Can you reflect on that and let the body know? Because that is in your district and so important to your district. I know you'd probably want to know exactly to the ounce about how much water flows through the Rio Grande.
Well, according to Article 4 in the 1944 treaty, it allocates 2/3 to Mexico and 1/3 to the United States. What has happened here, now we're not getting any of that. So we know that Mexico has in their reserves probably a good million or so acre feet of water that they could release today. But they're holding it for their farmers. And while we can feel compassion for Mexican farmers and people on that side of the border, we have an obligation to our farmers and to our agricultural people here on this side of the border. And even that 1/3 acre feet that was promised is not being delivered. Even if they were to release it now, they would not be able to meet and be in compliance with their 5-year allocation that they should be sending our way. So we need a lot more. As I informed you about the sugar mill that had to actually close down because of this, it is a big problem for our constituents, not only in the Rio Grande Valley, but this impacts all of us throughout Texas.
Well, I appreciate your vigorous assertion and resolution here. All kidding aside, this is a serious issue that I know you know very well, and one that we certainly need to take strong action on. I support your resolution. Welcome to the Senate. I'm glad you're sitting right in front of me. Look forward to working with you over many years.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you for your support of my first bill here. I appreciate you.
For people in the gallery or watching online, whenever a senator is a freshman and has their first bill, they get a little bit of hazing. By the way, you were able to answer the Secretary of State. I was proud of you. Did you talk to the Secretary of Energy?
I did not, sir.
Can you say who that is?
Secretary of Energy.
No, you can't look for help. This is not phone a friend. You're a senator. We just had all of these long, hearings and confirmations. Secretary of Energy.
You got me there, Mr. President.
Okay. How about the Secretary of the Interior? Did you call him or her?
Not call. Did not make those calls.
Okay.
Sir.
Then do you know who that is?
No, I don't. Right offhand, no, I don't.
That would be Doug Burgum, just so you know, and Chris Wright is the Secretary of Energy. So if you're going to talk about moving water from another country to Texas, it would be good for you to know who in the government would be there helping you with this.
Yes, sir, I agree, 100%. And I'd like their numbers, too, so I could follow up with them.
Yes. Yeah. That's reserved for people with more experience on the floor. Senator Campbell, for what purpose?
To ask Senator Hinojosa a question.
Do you yield?
Yes, sir, of course.
Brevity, kind sir. Your layout was as long as the river. What am I hearing?
It appears somebody's calling me here.
Your phone is ringing? You got to be kidding me. We don't allow that. Are you going to answer it?
Didn't you know to silence your phone is like one of the first things you learn from Patsy Spa on day one?
Mr. President, I don't even know how to work that phone.
Well, that's pretty scary. But let me tell you this. If your phone's ringing, don't you think it's probably somebody important?
It could very well be, Mr.
It could be the Secretary of Energy or the Secretary of the Interior.
Answer the phone.
Mr. President, may I answer my phone?
Let me check with the parliamentarian. Yeah, you can answer your phone.
I'm going to indulge, if, with your permission, I'll answer the phone and let you hear what's on the other side.
It's taking you as long to answer the phone as it is to lay out the bill.
Hello, this is Senator Adam Hinojosa. My what? Oh. Is that
No, your barn door is closed. You're okay. But
Are you going to share with us?
Good that you checked.
Are you going to share with us who your phone call, the important person your phone call was from?
Well, I imagine that individual probably wants to remain anonymous. They were just ensuring that I was giving my best foot forward in terms of my appearance.
You just talk. It's a long. Tell me this. You were talking about acre feet. You know, Senator Perry's got the water bill here. Did you even talk to him about this bill?
You know, Senator Perry was kind enough to co-author this bill.
So you did talk to him?
I did.
But you said co-author, so you didn't say joint. So you really didn't talk to him before you filed the bill, did you? Do you think that's what the right thing to do for somebody who's the chairman of water?
I think so in this case because
your bill?
In this case because he knew that I was probably going to get hazed on it, so he probably didn't want.
Okay. There's a lot of assumptions there, but I think in the future, if you're going to ask somebody that's a chair of something, you might ask to joint rather than co-author that.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me where the water for this Rio Grande River, where does that start?
It starts at the Colorado.
The Colorado?
Colorado River.
Is there a mountain range that? San Juan Mountains in Colorado, just to help
Thank you,
along
Senator.
a
I
little
appreciate
bit.
that.
All right, well, Senator Perry, I'm thinking he probably should have asked you to join it, not co-author. I think it's a good thing you now know how to use your telephone. And with that, welcome to the Senate.
Thank you so much, Senator. And thank you for also co-authoring this bill along with me.
And I have your spare behind me.
Senator Hinojosa, just to see if your memory, if you're listening, who is the Secretary of the Interior?
That would be
Doug
Bergman.
There you go. Right.
Burgum.
Not Bergman.
Excuse me, Bergman.
Okay. And the Secretary of Energy?
I missed that. I didn't hear you hear that person.
He'll be greatly disappointed. He'll be greatly disappointed. Chris Wright.
Yeah.
Senator King. For what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield the floor?
Do you yield?
I do.
Thank you. I would just move to postpone this to a date and time certain. He's yielded the floor. I'll withdraw the motion.
You'll withdraw that motion?
I'll withdraw the motion. I did have a question, if he'll yield for a question.
Yes.
Do you yield?
Yes, Mr. President.
Actually, he's the president. I'm just senator, so thank you. But I really just want to help you. I want to make sure I understand exactly what you're doing so it didn't end up with a procedural problem down the line. You made a motion to suspend something. What rule were you suspending?
The regular order of business.
Okay, what rule number is that?
Suspending the regular order of business? That's a Constitution, is it not?
Is it? Well, maybe you could help me. So you're suspending the regular order of business. So what exactly does that mean? What
it means is that we're suspending the regular order of business so that we can change the order in which bills are heard, so that I could lay out my bill.
Okay, but do you have that rule number, just to be precise?
I don't have that. Actually, no, I don't, Senator. I don't have that rule number.
So assuming we do that, then that we concur with that as a body, then what would happen next? What rule would you be suspending?
Well, after that, I would move to engrossment.
Okay, and what is engrossment?
Engrossment, sir, from my understanding, is it's when a bill or a resolution passes the chamber in which it originated and onto final passage.
Close, good. Do you know what rule number that is?
No, Mr. Chairman, I don't have that rule number in front of me.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. President. Just want to make sure I understood what we were doing.
Thank you, Senator, and also thank you for your support of this bill.
Yes. Senator Betancourt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, this is a bold talk for a freshman bringing up a bill like this. Are you ready for a question and answer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. From the Aggie corridor, right over here, okay? Do you know who the Secretary of Agriculture is?
That would be Secretary, I know it, I met her in Dallas, and her mom is gonna kill me for forget, Brooke Rollins.
Oh, wait, it's almost time for a ringing bell, Mr. President, okay? You're doing fine. Now, you're bringing up a treaty from 1944. Were you born then? Do you have personal knowledge of this treaty? How can you be commenting on this treaty? I mean, Senator Hall wasn't even born at this time, okay? So how can you possibly be having personal knowledge of this treaty?
I don't have personal knowledge of the treaty.
So how can you be talking about something you have no personal knowledge? I feel like I'm taking Senator West's part in these debates today.
Well, that's a good question, Senator, and I appreciate you asking it. You know, just from observation of what the need is, and we're going to do a little research, as we've heard. I'm sure Senator King wasn't alive during the Ten Commandments, but, you know, he did a wonderful job laying out that bill.
I think we're going to have to add a special 11th commandment for you. Thou shalt know your bill before you present it on the floor. We don't want to take Ronald Reagan's place with that yet. Let's see. We talked about 1944. You don't have, and you freely admit you don't have personal knowledge, so you really don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I'm hopeful that the original intent of that treaty was established through the International Boundary and Water Commission.
And you said, yes, my able vice chairman has just removed your documentation of support. You said you've done research on this, right?
Yes, sir.
Does your bill specify where this water ends up? If it's not used for agriculture or for industry, it goes into what Gulf? Does your bill?
The Gulf of America.
And does the bill specify that?
We didn't say where it was going to end up. We're just hopeful we can get some to our
where
farmers.
the water went? You didn't specify the Gulf of America?
I didn't say that in my layout. No.
You didn't say it in your layout. Would you like to ask Senator Middleton if you did say it in your layout?
Senator Middleton, did I say that in my layout?
You're out of order. Well, I'm just not sure how the suspension vote's going to go, Senator Hosep. But I have one final question. What does this symbol mean? The symbol of a crossed
That is
X.
the endearing symbol you, Senator, have given to me for my wife hazing me on how I sleep, almost vampire-like.
Right. So whenever I give this, you will sleep like a vampire?
I'll try not to sleep here in the Senate floor, but
I think maybe if the suspension motion goes down, you might want to try this out in advance. Okay, we will wait for a more serious discussion later.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your support of my bill.
Senator Birdwell, what purpose?
To torment the freshmen?
Do you yield to be tormented by?
It'll be my honor to be tormented by you, sir.
Thank you, Senator. I was reading the bill and I was highlighting some sections of the bill. I do appreciate the idea about tanks. I really like that idea. Do you know that Texas is the home of 2 armored divisions?
I did not know that.
There's one at what was Fort Hood, and then 1st Armored Division. When Senator Blanco had his bill up the first time 2 sessions ago, he was not aware of the tenant organizations at Fort Bliss, and one of those is First Armored. We won't get into the legacy of First Armored Division here, but that's a good idea. Hey, I wanted to ask, page 2, line 15, you use the words, hereby respectfully urge. Why did you choose the word urge?
Well, we chose the word urge because we wanted to establish the sense of urgency that is required to take action on this.
Would have using something like we respectfully or we just hereby cordially demand the Department of State, would that have been a bit more urgent?
You know, with just the limited of time I've been here as a freshman, I figured out that sometimes demand is probably not the best terminology to use to get somebody to help.
Now, look, you sat through that hearing with the Lottery Commission, and Senator Hall did not use words like urge, right? Did you sit through that?
I did.
Was that not a good professional development
it was very impressive.
Experience for you?
Very impressive.
Okay, good. You should have been impressed, yes, sir. Okay, I've got to ask, you say here on page 1, line 29, I'm just stunned you use such a name here. It says, below Fort Quitman. Is there such a place as Fort Quitman? I can't imagine an Army installation would use the first 4 words in an Army installation, I'm assuming it's an Army installation, would use the word quit. Is this a fictitious place in Texas?
I don't believe so. I believe it's...
Do you know whose district this is in?
I do not.
You don't. So you've made a geographical reference in a bill. I actually looked it up on do the Google thing. It's actually in Senator Blanco's district. Do you know the history of Fort Quitman?
I do not, Senator.
Is it named after a Texan?
I'm hoping so.
No, you should be hoping not so, because the word quit is in the title. You'll be happy to know it's not named after a Texan. It is named after a former governor of Mississippi. I have no idea how a former governor of Mississippi has a fort that's named after him in Texas. I have no idea. But the fact that you didn't even do that research, okay, you've got to know your business. Okay. Page 1, line 53. It says, whereas during the past 10 years, Mexico has expanded crop production in Chihuahua. How did you make that assessment? You've not been in the Senate 10 years.
No, I haven't, but we have some good research and intel that tells us that that's...
Okay, so you've got operators in Mexico getting this intel for you?
Not for me directly, but that's what...
Directly? Okay, so therefore indirectly?
Well, through sources that we've researched.
Say that again?
Through sources that we've researched.
Sources that you've researched. Sources that... Okay, so that means you have sources and methods. Are you running your own Central Intelligence Agency to get this? I mean...
Not at all. Not at all.
Not at all.
Relying on credible resources.
I'm going to keep an eye on you here, okay? Did you ask to be on natural resources when you became a senator?
On water, ag, and natural resources, I actually did.
Yes. You did, but you were not placed on natural resources as one of your committees.
No, sir. I'm on water and agriculture.
Okay. So you brought this bill forward, and you've actually referenced the TCEQ, that TCEQ has conveyed and communicated these issues and concerns to the International Boundary Water Commission. Which committee has oversight of TCEQ?
I'm assuming natural resources.
Well, remember what happens when you assume in this body, okay? So you made that assumption. You would be randomly correct as opposed to technically and tactically proficiently correct, okay? But I would have appreciated being notified much sooner than the filing of this bill so I could get a hold of the TCEQ and say, what are you doing? Right? Would that be appropriate for the chair that has oversight of the TCEQ to pick up the call or pick up the phone and give a call to the TCEQ commissioner and say, you're cordially demanded? Instead of we urge you, you're cordially demanded? Remember, emphasis here. Okay, one last question. Who's the Secretary of State?
Secretary Marco Rubio.
No, you're incorrect. Jane Nelson is the Secretary of State. I can't believe you would disrespect a former senior member of the legislature because you reference her The Texas Secretary of State shall be the forwarding official to provide copies of this resolution to the U.S. Secretary of State and to the International Boundary and Water Commission for the United States and Mexico. I would also recommend that you send this resolution not just to the State Department, but to the Department of Defense, particularly given your intelligence assets that you claim to have. I would strongly recommend. Who is the Secretary of Defense?
Hegseth, Pete Hegseth.
It's Secretary Hegseth, not Pete Hegseth. It's Secretary Hegseth. Well, Senator, it is a privilege to have you in the body. You're going to be a great senator. You got a good sense of humor. When I was a freshman, it was just Senator Rodriguez and myself. And so instead of having many freshmen to torment, there was just the two of us, and it actually got pretty ugly. But God bless you. Thank you for putting this together. It really is, as Senator Schwartner said, an important issue. It is a federal issue, and I'd much prefer to cordially demand the federal government to do something about it instead of urge. But I certainly appreciate your discretion and decorum. So welcome aboard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator, and by the way, Secretary Nelson will be very offended.
Oh, no.
Senator Paxton, what purpose? I think you'll be our last speaker here on a little hazing day for the senator's first bill.
To ask the author some questions.
Do you yield?
I do.
Senator Hinojosa, how are you enjoying being a senator?
I think it's great.
What's your favorite thing?
My favorite thing is working with all of you.
Who's your favorite person?
Right now, you are, Senator.
That's a good answer unless you're the lieutenant governor.
That's true.
Senator, in your bill, on line 7, what is the first word?
Well, I would yield to Senator Middleton since he took my bill book, but I don't know exactly which word is on line 7.
You're blaming Senator Middleton for having your bill book?
Honestly, I don't blame Senator Middleton for having my bill book. I appreciate Senator Middleton for participating in the hazing ritual and taking my bill book, but no, I'm not blaming him. Let me retract.
Mr. President, could I ask Senator Middleton a question?
Yes, you may.
Senator Middleton, do you have Senator Hinojosa's bill book?
I can't seem to find it. I was looking through it, and it looked like it might raise taxes, actually. Yeah.
Thank you. Back to Senator Hinojosa.
Yes.
Senator Hinojosa, on line 19, what is the third word on line 19 of your bill?
Senator, I don't know.
It's 1944, which... The year in which Senator Hall was 2 years old.
Oh.
Are you impressed?
I am impressed. I'm thoroughly impressed because, Thank you for finishing my sentence where hopefully I'm not going to say that in the mic on record.
Senator Hinojosa, what's going through your mind right now?
Actually, I'm glad that Senator Gutierrez isn't here to haze me.
Well, Senator, I actually have your bill book.
Oh.
It was a gift from Senator Middleton.
Well done, well done.
We all have copies of your bill book. We all want you to sign them for us. I think it is my guess that in your mind you are wishing this would all be over. Is that true or false?
Well, actually, I was looking forward to it coming and starting. I really hope that, yes, it is over soon.
How long is your extension cord on your microphone?
I'm going to guess about 3 feet.
Come get your bill book.
Holding my microphone.
I'm sorry, Senator, you're not allowed to put your microphone down and leave your desk.
Okay, well then I guess I can't get my bill book.
Are you going to come get your bill book?
Oh, is it really? Yeah, it's not. All right, let's see. Let's see how far this goes. Thank you.
That was a good snatch.
Senator Sparks tried that in his first session and almost snapped right back to the desk.
Oh, is that what's supposed to happen?
Yes.
I really have nothing else to say.
So, members, since this is his first bill as a freshman, again, for those tuning in late, we work really hard here, 12, 14 hours a day, all the members. We have a little fun hazing the freshmen. We have two others, Molly Cook, who didn't bother to even be here as you were hazed. Shows you the respect your fellow freshman has. And Senator Hagenbu has been asleep most of this time. So, so I think this should be a voice vote, okay? So everyone in favor of suspending the rules you can say yes or no. Okay. Your bill fails to suspend. All that was just just spent all that time. And tomorrow you do it again.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I tried to get mercy from the parliamentarian, but she said we can't reverse that vote, so we'll suspend tomorrow for you. Before tomorrow, you have a reading assignment. This is our rule book. Here you go. Here, come on, it's all yours. You can leave your desk now. You didn't have the floor. Have you read this yet? You read parts of it? How do you read parts of it? Can't read parts of it. The president's desk is clear. Any announcements? Senator Kolkhorst, your announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate Health and Human Service Committee will meet upon adjournment at time certain, 4:30, right here on the Senate floor.
Any other announcements? Any other chairmen? Any other committees? Senator Creighton, do you have an announcement about you do not? Chair recognizes the Dean of the Senate for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate recess until 11 a.m. Wednesday, March 19th.
Any objection to hearing none, the Senate stands in recess until 11 a.m. Wednesday, March 19th. Thank you, members. Thank you.